Am I pregnant? Am I pregnant? Am I pargant? Am I gregnant? Am I pegnate? Help? Is there a possibility that I'm pegrant? Am I pregnant or am I okay? Could I be pregonate? How do I know if I'm prengan? Can I be pregnant? Can oo get pregante? Can oo bleed while oo are pergert? Can oo down a 20-foot water slide pegnat? How can I get my GF pregnant? What happened when get Perginat? How can a 9-year-old get pregnant? Will my get pragnan? What is the best time to sex to become pregnant? Does anyone know how many teens get pregnant a year? Are these systems of being pregnant? Girlfriend ain't had periods since she got pregat. Is it possible having sex to a 8 months pregnant? If a woman has starch marks on her... Wait. If a woman has starch masks on her body, does that mean she has been pregnant before? Period, question mark. I circle as normal, but yet I still don't get pregnant. What can I use? Period, question mark. Has anybody got pregnant by just pre-cum while using birth control? Did most you women feel pregnant before find out? I am pregnant last 5 weeks, so can I start sex? Danger ops, transient sex. Will it hurt baby top of his head? Me and my boyfriend are trying to get pregnant and haven't took my birth control in 12 days. 38 plus 2 weeks. Pregnant? I think my dog is pregnant. Can I get bringed if he had a condom on? How long can Ugo being pregnant to get an abortion? I think I'm pregnant with my 14th child.
So that's more or less it for me this week. I played so many sequels. Like Pizza Tower isn't a sequel, and like Stranger of Paradise technically isn't a sequel, right?
Mm-hmm.
But RE4 sure is, and RE4 is a remake of a sequel, and it's a sequel in its own right. Ooh. So like I can't stop thinking about sequels. Particularly, we talk about games a lot, and how like sequels seem derivative in most mediums, but like here they're fantastic in general. And I started thinking a lot about like how I feel about sequels and like what my personal favorite sequel has been or what it could be. And I think I know what it is. I think my favorite sequel to anything would be me. A sequel to me.
Where, you know what? Here, so you're setting up the bit. Go ahead.
What I'm trying to say, Wooly, is that I am going to be a father.
Congratulations. Thank is wild. Holy shit.
I'll admit, I'm a little shaky right now. Yeah. So we're going to have a baby, and it is... We are going to have Pat 2, the sequel. That is not the final name.
Okay.
We have a list, but we haven't fully decided on. But for now, we'll just go with the sequel to me.
Okay. Congratulations. That's one hell of a way to one up the move from last week rather.
So I'll be I have a lot more to talk about this week.
Holy shit.
I was gonna talk about it last week. I was sitting here just kind of getting myself psyched up, and then I noticed you're in a different location, and I'm like, and you're like, I moved. I'm like, well, I'm not gonna do it now. I don't want to be that guy. Who wants to be that guy?
Holy shit. Okay. What's going on?
So, this has been a long time coming. This has been the plan for many years. You probably remember I used to be a guy who was like, having babies is stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And people who have kids are dumb. I don't know what it is, but at some point I was in a grocery store and I saw some kid in the basket going like, doing the baby flail and like laughing. And I went, "Oh, that kid's cute." And I went, "Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh, there
Mm-hmm.
uh-oh, there it is. Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh." And that was a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's see. Moved out of Quebec to
Mm-hmm.
BC, lost a bunch of weight, started eating real healthy,
Mm-hmm.
got this separate office so that you guys can't hear anything if there's anything in the house, right? So that like basically all of these things have been like prep for a long time. Like this has
Yes.
been and so we made the decision we're gonna start right where everything's ready. We're gonna start the process of having the baby, and wouldn't you know it, first shot, first try, immediately.
Congrats.
So
That's crazy.
it's the month that we started trying, and Paige is sitting there and she's stealing food off my plate. She is just grabbing it. She is just taking it from me and eating it. I go, "That's weird." And then she went to mop the floor and then looked at the dirty water and had to run to the bathroom and barf. And this is like 10 days
Wow.
into the decision of the start of the process.
Wow.
And I'm like, "Are you pregnant?" She's like, "No, that's ridiculous." Sure enough, many pregnancy tests later, she absolutely is pregnant.
Holy shit. That's
And
crazy.
like there's a lot of parts of this story. I actually wrote down a little list of things that I wanted to talk about. First of all, everything is great. All the scans are perfect. Everything is normal. Paige's health is fantastic. There is only one detail that came out on the ultrasound of note, and that is, unfortunately, my boy will be inheriting my tiny legs. It's even visible on the ultrasound.
Oh, okay. And you have boy confirmed.
Boy confirmed. Yeah,
Okay.
both by blood test and by ultrasound. Um, this even goes back a long time to like when me and Paige took our 23andMe tests, right? Got to make sure there's nothing waiting in the wings on that, and there wasn't. Perfect.
Right.
And I went through and I was like, "You know what? This isn't, all I want to make sure do this right, and I want to make sure that everything's fine." So we went through the process of getting everything checked out a couple years ago. I tell you, Wooly, getting your boys checked out at the doctor for this purpose is deeply awkward.
Really?
It is so awkward because it's always a young woman working the desk who hands you the cup and says, "Well, you can go in that room and use your phone or whatever.
You do what you got to do,
and you just bring it back and hand it to me. And when you're all on, and it's just it's so weird. I know."
That's science. You got to do it for science, man.
But when you get your nice little sheet that says, "Hey, thumbs up,"
yeah,
right? It's a little fat, right? I'm like, that can affect it. So I'll check it out. I'm like, nope, no problem. Turns out, Wooly, I really am secretly a Frenchman because there's nothing stopping these swimmers.
Okay.
At all.
Okay.
So good for me. Ha.
God damn. Okay. Well, all that's left is the mental game.
Oh yeah.
right? Getting in,
Yeah. So
getting into that.
intermittent excitement, and like a new kind of excitement,
Mm-hmm.
like a weird pride excitement,
Mm-hmm.
and terror. I'm just thinking this even goes all the way back to like when we got Zangief.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why'd you get a bulldog? Well, we wanted a dog that was excellent with children, right? A lazy, friendly dog that would be really good around a baby. Um, um, I do have, I forgot to mention it. So Paige is eating everything, and everything makes her throw up, and then she had to go to the dentist. So I don't know if you know this, but when you are newly pregnant, your gums are a like explosion of blood.
Oh.
So she's getting her teeth cleaned, and she is like, blood is like shooting out of her mouth,
Whoa.
like just like awash with blood. Lady goes, "That's crazy. You're not pregnant, are you?" Sure enough.
Wow. Okay. Okay. So there's signs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just actually like just literally today I found out that like apparently your hair pauses growing.
I don't know about that.
There's like a thing where your hair pauses growing as well when that happens. So, like there's a couple of things that are just like like not often mentioned little details that are like, oh yeah, when you get pregnant, like all kinds of shit starts to change.
Well, I
Huh.
can tell you what. Oh, Paige just messaged me that her hair is actually, in fact, growing like crazy.
Oh wow. Okay.
Um, and I can
Well.
tell you that you get to find out all sorts of things about the
Mm-hmm.
miracle of pregnancy,
Mm-hmm.
including Paige has like 3 times as much blood per volume as usual.
Wow.
Just carry lots and lots of blood.
Okay.
And
So
um,
uh uh w- this is the, like, I guess, what time frame are you looking at here?
so it will come as a surprise to many, but Paige is actually 5.5 months along.
Okay.
Um,
Imminent. Okay.
um, and baggy clothes are powerful weapons in terms of hiding the bump,
Damn.
because there is
Okay.
a bump.
Okay.
And but we're hitting the realistic limits
Yeah.
of how much a baggy hoodie can do.
Yeah. Yeah. That's about as magic as you can fucking get. Wow.
So for those of you who follow Paige's streams, Paige has been pregnant since all the way back in Disco Elysium.
That's crazy. Holy shit.
Um,
Damn. Camera angles, clothing, like figuring that shit
um,
out. That's wild. Okay.
um,
Wow.
so, um, oh, it's so the trip to Tofino was not explicitly a honeymoon; it was also a baby moon.
Mm-hmm.
One of the last big hurrah on a nice place before we're going to be locked down a little bit more, taking care of our infant child.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
uh, Poor Paige. So, pregnancy symptoms vary wildly.
Yeah.
This woman had the morning sickness for like 4 months. Like, just,
Jeez.
hey, did any food that gets you at all, is it in the house? Ugh. Like, just constant gagging. So Paige has always had a great sense of smell. She can smell food that's not in the house. She can smell things from like 200 feet away. Like, it's so powerful. And then it makes her gag. Well, that time has passed,
Okay.
thankfully. Um,
Jeez. Wow.
But again, to reiterate, because I know that people would be worried, Paige is in the peak of health. Actually, never been better.
Hmm.
And we have our doctors monitoring her as they would, just absolutely A+ across the board. Other than the fact that she's having to deal with the fact that, you know how the Grinch's heart grew 3 sizes one day?
Mm-hmm.
That will happen to your wife's chest.
Right. Yes. This is
And
one of the known.
it is. I'm looking at my wife and I don't know how she walks around without tipping over.
Mm-hmm.
It is out of control.
Yeah, that is one of the symptoms that we hear about pretty often. There's a lot.
Well,
you know,
because you're like, boobies.
Yeah. Okay.
Um,
Shit. Yeah. Well, so I mean, that's the thing though. Like in terms of like timelines and such, like it just that it makes sense because, like I think like there's similar ideas in that like okay, you have where you were before, and then you want to, and like step one is you figure out like a vehicle, and step two is you figure out a house, and step three is you figure out the plan, you know?
Yeah.
And that's exactly it. And I feel like yeah, like that it lines up 1, 2, 3.
So the part of the plan was, you know, we want to move to a bigger space because the space that we were at was great for being single or, you know, young couple. And we're going through the process. And I'm like, and I put my foot down and I'm like, not in Quebec, not doing it. Not just because of, you know, the bad experiences that we had where we used to live. Paige was more than willing to find some place like on the West Island or something like that, right? And then like as we're discussing the plan, I'm like reading the news. I'm like, oh, cool, more language laws coming down the pipe, more of them, including like quotas on CEGEPs and where you could go to school. And I'm just like, I'm not doing this with a kid. And then I talked to my dad, who is obviously very sad to see us go. And he's like, if I was your age then and I could do, yeah, I would have done it. I'm like, good, thanks, Dad. Appreciate it. That meant a lot. So gotta get somewhere with the, you know, room for baby, good schools, all that stuff.
So, I mean, that's something that like I did see a lot of that stuff, and I mean, full disclosure, like, you know, getting a place like this is also part of that timeline, right?
Yeah,
that's exactly what we're lining up, and you can't. The last place had no closed doors, so it's insane. You know, you need closed doors to make this work.
What the conversation did happen where we're sitting around like, what the fuck is that guy gonna do with no closed doors?
Yeah, no. The answer is exactly. So then this is the step to get that, and then now we have the closed doors, so we can figure out the rest. The thing with like the Quebec and everything, like I have been talking to some of my family members that have been growing up and the way they've been going to school here, and it's pretty interesting because before there used to be like French immersion, English immersion, and then different levels of like integration. They now have programs that are right down the middle, 50-50 bilingual. And overall, like I had worries about how that was going to go down for like, you know, kids in the language stuff. And I got really encouraging news about that from the kids in my family currently, you know? And it was overall pretty like, it wasn't as bad as I thought. And then there was a level of that too, where, since, not just here, but like with Punch Mom's Acadian roots, there's a level of French that we do want to exist, you know?
Of course. Like, I'll be very blunt. This kid's gonna know a second language.
Yeah, it's just useful.
It's just don't know what that second language is no longer assigned by default.
Right. Okay. Yeah. It's just useful to have that, you know? But again, we've talked about this type of stuff, and to me, I just love this city like so much, and I don't see myself ever leaving it. Like we've talked about that years ago too. I remember a while back, you know, but like yeah, it's something that I just the things that matter to me when it comes down to it are things I hold dear about.
Right.
This, you know, the places I love and
I mean, what's going to work differently for anybody is not my place to judge or even comment on, right? I think this is going to be the best for the baby in the long term, and I have to be a responsible man now.
Yeah,
I can't just think about
so
me and
what
the wife. I gotta think about little Pat Jr. and what's best for him.
Lamaze classes and whatever the fuck. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So a lot of this new era of plaid wearing and responsibility
falls into place a little bit.
You've been prepping for what's to come, and you've been.
Well, I gotta I'm in BC. I gotta wear the plaid so that I can hang out with the other dads.
Of course, but you've also got to become somebody who's like taking on this responsibility.
Wooly, I have to tell you, there's a part of this that only you will ever understand. You know how you saw your parents say or do stupid shit, but it's like a childhood memory, and you're like, that was funny. But you never actually got to see your parent embarrass themselves constantly. Wooly, there is so much footage of me saying the stupidest things in the world and being cringe.
A lifetime
Of cringe available
to video and audio
to my son to see.
and it will not be left behind in a different era. It's right there, and it's gonna continue to be. Yes, I've had this thought deeply long, and I've really sat and just went, there's infinite footage of nonsense. Whatever the fuck you think you're gonna pretend to be, is that like facade will come down the moment they get online.
Wooly, I have been on this show and on my show and on your show for years being like, hey kids, don't use condoms. Just don't. Terrible. They feel awful. Just don't use them. And now when I'm going to be raising a son, I'm going to have to explain to him that was a joke. Jokes. Funny jokes. Also, don't do crack cocaine.
Yeah.
Yep. Don't do it.
I mean, like, you don't even have to worry of, like, even if access is like, even if they don't get to hear or see it, the titles of the content, just
this podcast has become an albatross around the neck.
It is a liability
of my future reputation.
It is absolutely a liability. Yeah, no, I've thought long and deep and hard about exactly this, and the day that it would come, that it'd be like, okay, well, chicken's coming home to roost. Now what?
I feel kind of bad because, like, we went and got the ultrasound, and we got like a private ultrasound that has like a better like 4D view, so you can really see. And we're looking at little baby Pat Jr. and we're like, okay, well, there's the short legs, and that just looks like my baby photos. that is like. My wife, who is doing all of the hard work, is just cloning me. And now I'm sitting here going, oh no, there's going to be a clone of me around.
There's two choices you have when it comes to reconciling all of this, right? And one is the deep warranted shame of what you've created over these years and have put out there onto the Internet Archive forever. And the second option is to quadruple down and yell that that colostomy bag joke paid for your fucking tuition.
Oh yeah, no. Hey, listen. You don't
Make-
judge how I provide for you. If I'm gonna put on the clown makeup and dance and have the pies thrown at me, then that's what we're gonna do. So I can put food on your table, mister.
That sore orifice joke paid for dinner and will continue to do so. So you accept that.
Bully,
Yeah.
bully, I'm doomed. I was such a smart ass when I was a kid. And you're like, well, okay, maybe the kid won't take after me. Guess who else was a smart ass as a child? My wife. There's no hope, man. That kid's gonna run circles around me. They're gonna call me cringe. I'm boomering out here, man.
Oh God, you'll never be based again.
Was I ever based, dude?
Like, one can have based takes without ever actually being based themselves. I think that's a required understanding. God damn.
I've been like this whole stream. I gotta admit, I've been twitching. This is the biggest thing that will ever happen. And it's so exciting, but it's also very scary because I'm an idiot. I'm a dumbass.
I mean, bigger, dumber people have also had kids.
Yeah,
So-
like our parents.
So,
You know what? I'm just thinking. I just told a story today about my dad going, you don't need to be careful around electricity, and then watching him like electrocute himself nearly to death to fix a VCR. I'm like, you know what? I could just why don't I just stay away from that?
Yeah.
I'll just not do that.
Yep. You can start applying extra levels of that's unnecessary. You have no reason for that. I was listening to a podcast, and they were talking about, like, the whole, parenthood and all that thing, and the worries and the frets and the thoughts and the stresses and all the things that run through your mind. And it was pretty cool because there was like a takeaway that someone had. Everyone has these little bits, but a simple one there was like, don't worry too much about all that stuff because all they really need is you.
Yeah.
Right?
And I'm cool and likable.
That's not what I'm saying.
Damn
Just
it.
be present and, be there. And as long as you're there and they're like fully able to get that from you, it'll work itself out. It'll be okay.
So, I mean, obviously, eagle-eyed and eagle-eared viewers will have seen little bits and pieces of this in the past, year or so. But like, I'm starting to change. Like I am starting to morb, and there's one specific moment that stands out really clearly. And like, oh, I'm already like very significantly starting to change. I was playing RE4 Remake on stream, and I shot some dude with a shotgun, and he flew the fuck apart into a million pieces. And I went, when I was 11, I played the Resident Evil games, and those were really violent. But like, that's different. This is really crazy violent. I can't believe people would let their 10-year-olds play this. I'm like, oh my God. It's already starting. It's already starting.
The shift. Oh boy. Oh boy.
And people have noticed that my jokes are getting worse. Of course they're getting worse. They're dad jokes now.
Yeah. Okay. Oh boy. Like, does Pat Starrett enter the PG era?
No, there's no hope of that.
After the Attitude era comes the PG.
No, and there's no hope of that because like you're sitting there in the natal appointments, right? And you're like, don't swear at the doctor. I know you're nervous. So don't call something a motherfucker in the doctor's office when you're looking at the ultrasound. Come on, don't be cool. Be like a presentable human adult. Okay, did it.
It's just like it's always gonna fall apart the moment they go, okay, and so what do you do? What's your profession? Like there's just a moment where you're just like, yeah, YouTube. It's just you can't
and Twitch.
You can't hold that fucking facade up. But oh man, congratulations! That's fucking wild.
So we're announcing now at 5.5 months.
Mm-hmm.
We want, so usually you wait at least a couple of months, and then we wanted to kind of enjoy this. It's very special. It's very strange and very, in our privacy, right? But also I'm also like simultaneously like bursting at the seams to like tell everybody, right? Because I did it, right? So you mentioned what? Sorry.
Nice headshot.
Oh, that reminds me. I'll send something to you, Wolves. Let me go and find it for you. There it is. Just take a copy paste of this. And there you go. That's for you. Ultrasounds have come a long way. Because I remember when I was a kid, my dad looking at an ultrasound going, I don't know where the baby's at. And it's like, now, no, you could tell. There's the head. There's the finger.
Yeah.
There's the little arms.
Getting ready to talk shit.
It's
gonna talk so much shit.
Dude. me and Paige were eating lunch earlier before this, and we were talking about like, I don't know what I'm gonna do, because like you see kids say outrageous shit to their parents, right? And they'll talk shit, and it's like, here's the problem.
Wow.
It's hilarious. It's hilarious. But don't laugh. Don't laugh. You're gonna encourage it. So like I'm gonna be dealing with like a 3-year-old who says he doesn't have to listen to me because I'm fat, and I'm gonna have to stand there and just go.
Like
that's not nice to say.
No, you will get roasted, and the dynamic where mom and kid double down on you as the target point is just another. It's just another flex. It's just another new angle to it, right? Yeah. What's better than dunking on you? An assist into the double fucking hang time air, slam windmill from the kid. Now you can't abuse the superpower that comes with like whispering sick burns to the kid to go relay.
I'm not gonna do that. I'm afraid of my wife. I won't do that. She'll get me.
That's dangerous.
But oh man, so
and the little legs right down there and everything.
The tiny little legs that have followed my family for their entire existence. Hopefully, he'll have a long torso like his mama and be like a normal height. But who knows? I'm not holding my breath. Not gonna hold my breath on that one.
That is, that the health news as well is super awesome. Like that's the type of thing that, like, all kidding aside, like, yeah, like with Paige, health is a concern,
Yeah, but it has not been a concern at all.
Fuck yeah.
Okay. Eating well, cutting out caffeine, moving out to this fresh air, exercising more,
taking all the XP boosters and
dude, we have been taking
super fucking rare candies,
prenatal vitamins for like 18 months.
Okay. Okay.
right?
Yeah.
I'm not taking prenatals. I've been taking like, men's health vitamins,
Yada yada.
right?
Mhm.
Because like I probably am missing something, right? So let's just make sure that everything is in perfect working order. And like, sure enough, perfect working order. Like it has this moment of like you're planning the process and you're like, okay, well, we'll see. It'll be a couple of months, maybe. And like, no,
Okay.
now,
Okay.
now,
Okay.
starting
Did
now. You think you have a lead up? No, it's now.
because sometimes, right, after all the XP boosters, then you go down to like you take a step over and eventually you're like, I'm using the Guatemalan pepper spice that only grows here at this time of
Yeah,
year, and they say that if you do this on a full moon, then this is
yeah.
gonna, and it starts getting a little bit more
No, apparently
dicey.
I just need to be somewhere in the vicinity
In
of
the
my wife.
like Family Matters, like Urkel just kisses Lara and then
It's like, yeah, it's
yeah,
magic.
there you go.
Um,
Damn, 6 or approaching 6.
yeah. So you want to hear the day-to-day funniest thing? I lost a lot of weight, but I still got a nice, healthy dad
Orb.
pouch. I'm gonna
Mhm.
call it orb. Um, affection, much affection in the home has moved to Christian side hugs
Yeah.
because I can't. If I'm looking right at my wife and I go to, it's nothing's happening. I can't reach her. There's too much orb. Mine for show, hers for purpose.
You're already getting blocked.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Like this has been my sympathy pregnancy orb that I've been working on for 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I think it works.
So there's all kinds of cool tricks you hear about. One of the ones I heard about was like when the stress and the back pain gets real heavy because it's like about to pop. If you
Mhm.
just kind of go and from behind just kind of lift up the weight,
Mhm.
that is like
Yeah.
a ridiculous release
So,
of stress off the off the back.
it's funny because like, there's your physical symptoms and then there's your mental symptoms of pregnancy, right? So
Mm-hmm.
some women get emotional or
Mm-hmm.
ornery or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Not Paige. Exactly the same.
Hmm.
Exactly the same. In fact, she's a little more chill.
Hmm. Okay.
The only thing is that every now and then we'll be sitting somewhere and she'll look at her phone and then she will just burst right into tears.
Okay.
And I'll be like, "What's wrong?" And then she's like, "The old people. There's a story on Reddit about an old couple and they died." And it's just like whoa, there it goes.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
out of nowhere. Just out of nowhere.
I mean, there's at what we Last of Us episode 3 is a
Yeah.
fucking like that's a real test of whether anyone can
So-
hold it together.
so So we watched that episode
yeah.
when she was a couple months along,
Uh-huh.
and it took like 2.5 hours to watch that
Okay.
episode.
Yeah,
Because my wife was a blubbering mess.
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness.
Absolutely.
Ah.
Damn, Gregnant.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing
Absolutely. Massively Gregnant.
my wife is in the family way. She is with child.
How is Babby formed?
Wooly, I was for like months now. I have been like imagining your reaction, and I had like a coin flipping in the back of my mind, going like, please be so shocked that you go, how did that happen? So I can like look at you like you're a dumbass, because I have seen people do that. I have seen that reaction.
Yahoo answers out loud in real life.
Yeah,
But
unfortunately,
But
you're a
how?
mature adult now.
damn. Well, like I said, like I think last week and before, it's like never made it this far into the game before, right? Never made it this far. This is a whole new level of it.
It's very new.
And
It's very new. Ooh.
yeah. And at some point 2 people leave the house and then 3 people come home. And that's it.
Yep.
That's it.
And that's it.
Well, yo,
There's gonna
fucking
be another
holy
one
shit.
for me.
Congrats
Gonna be
again
another one
to
for me. So
everybody.
chaotic.
And that is
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that
There you go.
bombshells off my chest.
Off the chest.
Whew. Oh man, that is. So like we didn't even like when we kept it private. Like my mom and dad did not find out until relatively recently. Like just really wanted.
Yeah.
And like for my mom, there's always the worry. Like
Mhm.
it's her grandbaby, which was which I always said, babies are stupid. So she like kind of like gave up.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm like, hey mom, guess what? Yo, that's a great feeling. Getting to tell your mom that she's gonna be a grandma. Oh man.
Especially if there's that little little background pressure, like, oh, whenever you can, you get around to it. Yeah. And that is the right move too, because I mean, I know a couple that had to try many times,
Yeah.
and it took a while, and so it's best off to like give it a shot to be like,
so that's why it's
how's
the
it going?
norm to wait a little bit.
Yeah, you want to make sure everything's okay, and then once you do, you're like, all right, looks like we're all systems go.
And again, can't stress this enough. Not only is everything okay, everything is perfect. Okay, like within baby is right now on size at 50th percentile. 50th percentile. That was the number I wanted to hear. And then they're like, except for his legs, they're 20th percentile for legs. And I'm like, oh no. Oh
no. Goddamn.
Oh no. Oh well.
The saga continues. All right.
Oh, I had forgotten. Paige is letting me know, and also his belly right now is at 90th percentile.
Okay.
So he looks like me even now.
Okay. Did you have any thoughts on the boy girl reveal?
I don't care.
No, but no, not that part of it. I mean more so like waiting versus not waiting versus finding out right away.
Oh, no way. No way. They're like, do you want it to be sealed in an envelope?
Some
and
people,
we're like, no.
Yeah.
Now.
Okay. Info,
gimme
data. All right. Yeah.
There was
frame data that baby right now.
there was the idea that was floated by me for a few minutes about getting it sealed and then mailing it to you, obfuscated as to what it was.
That's wild.
And then telling you to open it live and then having you have a meltdown. But I was like, that's too much.
That's crazy.
That's a lot. Can't do that. That's way too much.
I would have said to you, that's too much. I would have. Absolutely. You would have been told that is way too much. But yeah, no. Get all the data immediately. Data mine the baby, fucking stats, line it up.
Everything. I believe in surprises.
Okay.
Ugh.
The baby.
Okay. I'm now being attacked by the sun.
Oh, that's a lot. You don't have curtains up, do you?
I have. They're missing where the sun is. The curtains are up here, and then they stop right there. And God, yeah. Fuck.
That is so silly.
This placement was not foreseen. I'm blind.
There's this podcast, you gotta get a screenshot of what this looks like. Holy hell.
I can't, it's
Wooly,
too much.
you are bleached. You're
I can't,
blowing
like-
out your camera.
It's insane. It's completely insane. Like, I don't know what, like, oh my
Just
God.
put the
Okay.
sunglasses on and roll with it.
Yeah. They're packed somewhere. I don't have any around.
Oh, my sunglasses?
Oh, fuck. What do I got? This will hide me from the sun. But I'm not the. It's the Dokage hat, but I'm not the Dokage, so I feel like a fraud.
That's
This
fine.
isn't
Dude.
gonna-
Feel like fraud. It's all good.
Okay.
It's all.
Yeah. No, this is wild. It is right in my eyeballs. Like, actually. Okay. This is legitimately saving me. Fuck. Well, anyway. Fuck. What are we doing? Jesus. I don't know.
We were going to do ads.
Yeah. There we go. Money. Here. Money for baby.
Hey, yeah. I don't just have a mortgage. I got a kid on the way. So these ads are important.
Money for baby. All right? Listen up. This week, the podcast is sponsored by Bombas. And just shut the fuck up and spend the money on Bombas because there's babies now.
There's babies now. We're doing this now.
So
This is
yes,
the new
Bombas.
era.
Yes, Bombas is great. The socks are amazing quality. They sweat wick. They prevent blisters.
Babies love socks.
The babies need socks all the time. Yes, Bombas is high quality. Yes, you want to get yourself the type with no seams and they'll last and you don't have to worry about the smell or any of that garbage with the low
Babies
quality. Yes,
hate
but
seams and they hate smell.
but babies, okay? So you support this. You support this now because it pay for baby. Bombas is they're doing high quality, not just socks, but underwear and undershirts as well. All kinds of sweat wicking materials, high quality merino wool, all of that. Happiness guarantee 100%, covered for life. Easy returns and exchanges and replacements if needed. And of course, a pair being donated for every one that you buy. So man, food in the child's mouth.
Hey, listen. For realsy, though, you remember being a child. You remember getting socks for a holiday. You're like, bummer. Don't care for socks. But now you're a smart adult and you're aware of how good socks are. Get good socks from Bombas.
Go to bombas.com/superbeast. Use promo code SUPERBEAST and you'll save 20% off your first purchase and put 20% of the food in the kid's mouth. That's
Only 20%.
bombas.com/superbeast with code SUPERBEAST at checkout. Thank you, Bombas.
Thanks, Bombas.
You don't wear socks? Well, start wearing them now.
What, you want your child to see your horrible, gnarled feet? No, that'll traumatize them. Cover them shits up.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by Green Chef. You know what needs food? Babies.
You know what also needs food? The pregnant lady carrying the baby.
This is true.
Needs
This is
good
true. This is true.
food. Badly.
True.
Pregnant
Needs
lady,
food.
you know what that means? That means pregnant lady will look at you and say, "Food now."
Right. Almost forgot about that, about her. That's the mech that the baby is piloting needs food as well. It's like a power loader, with like Ripley and the Hey, Green Chef is here to get you healthy ingredients because health is important.
Health is very important.
Green Chef is a CCOF certified meal kit company. They're getting you easy meal plans fit for every lifestyle. Again, you got your keto, paleo, vegan, vegetarian, gluten-free, or just balanced meals in general as a wide range of ways to eat, and you've got tons of recipes or on the regular 30 plus weekly to mix and match with different dietary preferences. You can get yourself in on some of the high quality chicken, beef, salmon, USDA certified ground beef, USDA certified ground organic chicken, wild caught sockeye salmon, all of that fresh and delivered in meals with recipes you can put together for 10 minutes or less. All of this needs to go in the pregnant mouth. You need to feed the pregnant lady to get the baby nice and big and strong. So food is important. Weird. But more importantly, you support this. You support the food on the table to go to baby, man. How many times do we need to say it? Just shut
Probably
up.
A lot.
Support the sponsor because baby needs it.
And not like the way that I'm like a huge baby man. No, we're talking like a real baby.
Literally. All right. These sponsors have taken on a whole new life now. This is a new phase. This is important. So go to greenchef.com/superbeast60 and then you put the code superbeast60 in to get 60% off plus free shipping. Once again, you go to greenchef.com/superbeast60 and use the code superbeast60 to get 60% off plus free shipping. That's America's #1 meal kit for eating well. Thank you, Green Chef.
Thanks, Green Chef.
High stakes advertising.
I am going to ascend to the highest shill mountain. You have no idea.
Right. And this week, podcast is sponsored by, hey, you know what's great when babies are being loud and making a lot of noise? Well, you should listen to that and pay attention to it, of course. But sometimes some noise canceling headphones might help.
Yeah.
Earbuds, even.
You know, when one parent is on deck, right, and the other parent needs to recharge because mom's had a long day, she can put in noise canceling and just chill out for a bit.
There you go. You can't, not both. Don't do that.
Definitely not both. Only one.
But Raycon is here to help you with premium audio at a perfect price point so you can listen to what you want when you want without breaking the bank, and you can relax to the excellent quality of your noise cancellation. Of course, as well, we're talking wireless, so you don't want to be getting tripped up in the wires. What if you got to get up and go take care of, baby needs at some point, and you're getting up and then, oh no, wires are in the way, and before you know it, bam, zoom, tumble, fall. Horrible, right?
Terrible.
Don't do it.
Baby can't pull earbuds out of your ear with no wires to pull.
There you go. So Raycon's in to help you out with that. Plus, you can get a pair and a spare and still save on what you would if you were to spend on other big expensive brands. You got your 2 years of product protection insurance for just a few bucks as well. Easy and free returns. And yeah, get in there on the regular. I know that, like I said before, Punch Mom uses them day to day. They've become an essential. And when you got baby to worry about, you might want a pair too. So go to buyraycon.com/superbeast today to get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/superbeast to score 15% off. Buyraycon.com/superbeast. There you go.
Thanks, Raycon.
Food to baby.
Not the headphones. Don't.
No, not the no. Though they're small. That is.
I'm an idiot, but even I know that.
No,
I would never let my child try and beat FF9 in 12 hours. That is a terrible way to play that game. I see them speed running, slap that controller right out of their hand. You stop and smell the roses. No, don't play Tetramaster. Don't smell those roses. But the rest of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're gonna have some decisions to make.
Am I?
Mm-hmm.
So I saw scroll by. Hey Pat, are you gonna have your kid play like Nintendo NES games and then SN? No, that's weird. They can start on whatever the new Xbox is if they even like video games.
I don't fully agree there in the sense that like I don't know that you need to fucking like time gate anything to create the perfect, like that's stupid. But having access to old games and being like, yo, you can check these out too. There's a library of past and present to look at. I think would be is a good move, and that's something
Well,
that I would like to do.
Wooly, of course,
So
we're
that it's
gonna
not
have
always
access to everything.
but not just like being like, oh, it's not just going like, oh yeah, it's there, but also like, hey, look, there's some cool stuff from the past that is fun, you know.
Yeah. When I would walk in and my dad would be watching A Bridge Too Far or Bridge on the River Kwai or any other World War II bridge movies that came out like 60 years ago. And I'd be like, what's that? And he would say, oh, it's this movie. And then I would watch the movie and go, oh, that old movie was cool. And thus, I really like a lot of those old things. The idea of my dad sitting me down and be like, hey, you got to start watching movies from Citizen Kane onwards.
Yeah, no, that's
psycho
insane.
shit.
But it's just like, like when it comes to like, hey, check this out, it's cool. You know, same thing for movies too. Like, I mean, there's some like, as much as you can go watch, you know, Frozen and Tangled, The Lion King is a fucking awesome movie. Like, yeah, I'm gonna pop that in.
Just thinking, did you ever see Back to the Future 2?
Mm-hmm.
You know when he goes into the arcade and he's like, where's the arcade machine with buttons? And they're like, use your hands to play it like a baby's game? And I'm just like, oh no. I can see myself talking to Pat Jr. and be like, no, you used a controller for these. You didn't jack the plug into your brain yet. That was before that. You had to use your hands on a controller and maybe a keyboard. What's a keyboard?
No, I think the move is like, you know, they're gonna go with the times, of course. They're gonna be interested in whatever's like current and happening, but you're also gonna be showing stuff, and you know, if you show cool stuff, then in the same way that like old music can garner interest, or old films, then yeah, old games can do it too. But you just don't not show anything, and then you know just not even bring the possibility up. All right. Here's one with
what's that weird square icon that shows up when the game saves? It's a
the oh wow, you have a physical save icon? That's crazy. Yeah. All right.
It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough, dude. Oh boy. Hey, once again, I'm going to be streaming over twitch.tv/PatStaresAt this week. You should come to those streams. It's your responsibility now to come to those streams. You have to do it. You have to.
There is a lot of responsibilities that are newfound. Also, anyone who doesn't can now be guilted because they're taking the food out of your kid's mouth.
So, you know, the ultimate bit here is to have the baby in my arms and be like, this is what happens when you don't subscribe. And then, like, take the bottle out of the mouth. I'm like, see what you're
animation.
doing? You did this.
A little animation every time a resub. And it's like, oh, bottle goes back in. There you go. Look at you. Look, you're affecting. That's it. God damn it. All right.
No,
well, yo, once again, congratulations. That's fucking insanity. And yeah. Let's like you said, like let's see what the fucking letters look like next week.
Oh boy. I bet they're gonna be fascinating.
Take care, everybody.
The baby. Wah. Wah. Hello today. Hello today. Hello. On this day. Wah. Test 1, 2. Oh, I did this shit wrong. Hold on. Excuse me. That's why. There we go. There we go. Hello today. Hello today. Hello. Hello today and welcome to the Ruby Weapon Hour. I am Paige. Some may call me Peach. Some have other names for me. Like Evangelion. Or when I'm in the bathtub, a submarine. I guess the cat is out of the bag. Some may call me Mom. Oh my god, that was hard to say. So I'm pregnant, guys. So I haven't told almost anyone that. We hid it from almost everyone. Does Pat know? No. Pat knew before I did. Yeah, guys, don't tell anybody, okay? Just we didn't tell anyone. Not because like we were. There's so much to this. So like, I don't know where to begin because this has been the goal for about maybe 3 or 4 years. Have I tried Weight Watchers? I know, right? Because so very quickly, one of the things I thought would be funny. No, it's okay. It's okay. That's very funny. Because one of the things it's okay. It's okay. It's funny because one of the jokes we had was once I started to show is just when people start to be like, Paige, are you pregnant, for me to go like, guys, I'm just fat. How insensitive. And just like keep doing that until I'm like fucking like 9 months and I'm clearly just fucking pregnant, but just be like, guys, it's just fat in one very specific area. But I didn't want anyone to think I was being disrespectful, and I didn't want anyone like, oh guys, it's just all this beer I'm drinking. And I didn't want anyone to think I'm just bloated. Should we stop banning people for asking if you're pregnant? Okay, that's a great question. Ranmu. Sorry, I'm gonna be all over the place. This is why I haven't been on my Adderall for so long. I went off about 3 or 4 months before the planning. So that's why I'm a little out of it. So the reason we were like, the reason we were like, oh my gosh, guys, please stop being like pregnant every time I would show up is not because how do I put this? It's not because I'm like, oh, we're trying, or oh, I'm pregnant and I don't want anyone to know. That was unrelated. It just kind of made me feel like weird. like even it was like weird for me like years ago, and I only got the chutzpah to be like, all right, guy, come on. Like it's not that like even like, hey, are you pregnant or anything like that. It's just that if I would appear, or if I'm like, hey, I've got such amazing news, everyone would be like, pregnant. And I was just like, man, you know what I mean? And I feel like that happens a lot to women who are streaming or whatever. And as soon as they're like, guys, I have an announcement, I have a really cool thing, and everyone's like, pregnant. And I was just like, no, so that's why I was always kind of like, guys, come on. And I thought I was being reasonable with the request. But so I guess what I'm saying now is you can certainly ask questions. You can certainly, if you have questions, please feel free to ask. If you, yeah, feel free to, so many things First of all, thank you all so much. So very much for your kind words. Like I was scared. I don't know why. I was scared that you guys were going to be mad at me, and I don't know why. I have no idea why. This was such a long time coming, and it was something that we'd been planning so hard. And if you knew, like, if you look at everything we've done in the last 3 to 4 years, just the things that we've told you about, I think that I feel like it was very clear where we were going. Oh yes, sorry, I spilled water on myself earlier, so sorry. I was worried. So I'm almost 6 months, guys. I was worried that you guys would be mad because we kept it under wraps for so long. And I didn't want. Yeah. No, I'm almost done. I'll show you what I mean in a minute here. We really wanted to keep things under wraps for a variety of reasons. For better or for worse, I seem like I'm like, here, I'll tell you about my fucking pussy. I don't care. It seems like I'm like that, but there's just very certain things that I'm just like, I don't really want anyone to know. And it's not even you guys. Like, I don't tell anybody. And I, that it's just like a comfort thing. It feels nice. Like, what is it? Make your moves in silence kind of thing. I feel like it's been detrimental in this line of work because I feel like I can't tell you so many funny stories and so many fun things and I want to. And so I guess we played Jenga and I became pregnant and we talked about it. And I was like, hey, Pat, when do we tell people? And I know I'm going to seem like I'm preaching to the choir. But just in case people don't know, I would like to impart some information. So typically when a woman becomes pregnant, between 0 and 12 weeks, so the first 3 months are the most dangerous to the fetus. And I was just like, and it's very common for people not to tell anyone until 12 weeks. So that was always in the plan. And then 12 weeks hit and I was just like, I'm really enjoying this privacy, just you and me, Pat, knowing about this. And also I was so fucking sick. I was so sick, you guys. And I was just like, nobody wants to see this. I was so ill. And did I cut myself? Oh no. The morning sickness was bizarre, and that's all. I'll get there. But I know the viewers hate to see me suffer, but it was more like I would be embarrassed, and I was gagging a lot. And I know that some people don't want to see that. So during Disco Elysium, I was pregnant, pretty early. And I remember during Disco, I was like, yeah, guys, I'm going to stream so much now. I'm back. And then I'm like trying not to throw up all the time. And I'm like, just kidding. Haha. Like, so that's why I haven't been streaming as much, even though I said I was going to. Cause I was like gagging as if like I was a cat coughing up a hairball. It was constant. I can smell everything. I could feel, there's some like weird bullshit that happens. They don't tell you shit. Like they don't fucking tell you some of these things. And I'll tell you, I got some shit to tell you. So I have a really heightened sense of smell anyway, but like, I'll get there. So we hit 12 weeks and I was like, let's take our time. And time started to pass and I started feeling okay. And I was just like, I want to wait a little longer. I want to wait a little longer. Thank you. I'm really excited to become a father. Thank you. And I just, I really wanted to enjoy the pregnancy, which is weird because trying not to throw up all the time is not really enjoyable, but it's hard to explain. We hung out with Wooly and Punch Mom after the podcast for an hour, just catching up, and they wanted to know how things were, and they were so sweet. That's one of the biggest things I regret about Montreal is that we never got to hang out with them more. Which when we go visit, I'm sure we'll go for dinner or something. They were so sweet. Where was I going with that? Where was I? What was I talking? The pregnancy brain is also real. I'm even worse. What was I talking about? Huh. What was I talking about? Things I don't tell you. Yeah, the sun goes down way earlier. I don't remember what I was saying. Bummer. Anyway, that was great. That's a non sequitur then. I got to see them and that was great. It was so much fun. I was talking about how cool Queequeg is. That's right. Now I recall. The baby is absorbing my thoughts. I apologize. But anyway, I was So the weeks, sorry, this is all over the place. I'm so sorry. The weeks progressed and this is so embarrassing. Hold on. Is my mom here? Hold on. No. Yeah, okay. Not that it really matters that much, it would just be funny if she was. I was embarrassed to tell my mom, right? And here's why. No, this is actually very funny. So my mom, when we were moving out here, my mom has known for years that I was like, yeah, me and Pat are eventually gonna try. And she was fucking out of her mind. Oh my God, that's so fucking exciting. And I was like, So last April, so 1 year ago, we're in the RV. And I think it was April 2nd. And we were pulled over in a Walmart, as you do. And we were going to sleep. And my mom called and we're like, hey, Mom. Da-da-da. And she's like, hey, let me talk to Pat. Because we were moving to BC. She's like, hey, let me talk to Pat. And I'm like, okay. And I was like, hey, you're on speaker. And she's like, listen, Pat. I'm paraphrasing, but it's pretty close. She was like, you listen to me, Pat. You're going to knock my daughter up. I want grandchildren. So you just need to get in there and get her done. And I was like, Mom. And Pat was like, okay, Mrs. Paige's mom. She literally, she loves to say get her done. I don't know why. I know. I was like, ew, Mom. And she's like, she's laughing. That's where I get my crassness. Cause she curses like a sailor and she's crass. She's really funny, but she's like, listen, I don't have time for this shit. Okay. I'm old. Your father is 90. He wants a grandbaby. So you just need to get in there. And I'm like, oh God, we're just going to wait till we get in the house. All right. Pat was like, ugh. It was really funny. I mean, we were all laughing. My mom is so real. The age difference between my mom and my dad, my mom is I think she's 64 or 5, and my dad's turning 91 in a week. So, that's where I was going. God, that's where I was going with this. So fast forward. I'm progressing with the weeks, and I'm like, I need to tell my mom. Pat told his parents on like the 13th week, I think, maybe a little later. And his mom had like a heart attack. And she's like, oh my God, that's so exciting. Oh God. Because like Pat, you know, as a kid was always like, I'm never having kids, stupid, whatever. Blah, blah, blah. And like maybe, you know, 4 or 5 years ago, he was like at the grocery store and he saw like a little red-haired baby smile and wave at him. And he like waved back and he was like, why was that baby so cute? I don't like babies. I don't like kids. Ew. And then he came home and he's like, I saw this kid and the kid was adorable. And I was like, well, kids are adorable. And he's like, well, what if we had one? And I was like, what if we did? And, you know, so his mother was thrilled. And Pat's like, yep, first try and everything. And then his mom goes, oh, Patrick, you devil. You are a devil, Patrick. And I'm just like, oh my God, ew. But I waited. I needed a few more weeks to tell my mom. And I was like, ugh. And then it was Valentine's Day, so in my family, it's actually customary to get married on Valentine's Day. And that was kind of what me and Pat wanted to do, but it just didn't end up working out. So we got married after that date. And so I thought, you know what? I can't take backsies. But what I can do is I can give her this big important news on Valentine's Day. So on Valentine's Day, I was like so anxious and I'm like, hey mom, what's going on? Happy Valentine's Day. Cause that's my parents' anniversary. And I'm like, oh, you know, do. And, and I was like, oh, by the way, you're going to be a grandma. And she goes, what? And I'm like, you're gonna be a grandma. And she's like, shut the fuck up. Oh my fucking God. Ah, right. And she's like screaming and like yelling. And she's like, you're fucking pregnant. I knew it. I told you to get knocked up. And I was just like, yes, mom, this is because of you. Thank you. You know, she definitely pogged. And it was so sweet. She had like she's like, let's fucking go. She was so excited. And it was really sweet. And so she walks in and my dad's like, so my dad's sick. He's like, he's almost 91 in a week, but this is, you know, back in February. And she's like, oh my God, Paige is pregnant. And he goes, what? Well, good for her, but you need to help me with it. And I was like, oh, why doesn't dad care? And she's like, can you just knock it off? He's like, well, I figured she was pregnant. She's married, for fuck's sake. Now help me with this saw. And I'm just like, that's my dad. But then he goes, Buffetti, which is my nickname is Buffy or Buffetti. He goes, Buffetti? I'm like, yes, Dad. Is it a sweet little girl so I can have another sweet little girl like you? And then I just started like bawling because I'm just like, oh my God, stop. It's so sweet. It's so beautiful. Like he knew, you know, isn't that sweet? And I was like, sorry, Dad, it's a boy. And he goes, is my dad Southern? Yes. My dad has a very thick Southern accent. Like very thick. Like he says wash, you know, he'd tell me to wash the car. And I'm like, sorry, Dad, I don't know how to wash a car. And then he'd get mad. So that was great. And he's thrilled. He asks about it all the time. And I'm just, you know, I'm just really glad I could give him a grandson. I haven't really said these words like grandson, baby, pregnancy out loud in front of a microphone or people at all. So this feels very, I'm like freaking out, you know, like I'm like, ooh, because this whole time I'm just like, whatever you do, don't talk about, you know, just leave it, just wait. It is a boy. Oh, that was confirmed very, very early in the nip test, which we got at 10 weeks, and then the ultrasound that we got at 20 weeks. Yeah, Pat was so nervous. He was shaking on the podcast. He was very nervous. What is a nip test? That's a great test. So they take your nips. No, I'm just kidding. It's a blood test. It is a blood test where I believe it's optional. It essentially tests you can or cannot find out whether or not you're having boy or girl. It lets you know if you want, or it will. That's optional. But the real reason you take it is to rule out any potential soft markers for Down syndrome, Patau, any of the trisomies that could occur. So it just kind of lets you know, like, hey, and it's a screening test, not a diagnostic test. So sometimes it could show like a likelihood that's higher than like, ooh, but then you go to the ultrasound, or you can do more blood tests. You can do an amniocentesis test and find out for sure what's going on, and then it actually turns out it's fine. So it's a screening. The gender has been confirmed. It is a boy. Trust me, he was showing off that he was a boy on the ultrasound. Does lupus carry over? That's a great question, Ultrabonzo. So as far as lupus goes, great news for me. Lupus almost universally goes into remission during pregnancy. So I feel fucking awesome. As far as lupus goes, I feel great. I feel fantastic. It's great. Super great. And the other good news is that it's not very common. Not very common to pass it on. Especially if the baby is a boy. Like, I think it's like 95% of anyone who has lupus is a person of color and is a female. So, to pass it on to my son is very, very, very unlikely. So that works out. What about OCD? I don't know. But yeah. Am I suffering worse? Back issues. I am in hell when it comes to my back. So my sciatic pain, thanks to this chair, is not so bad. But like right at like 8 weeks, my hips. So, this is so complicated. Not complicated, just a lot to get through. So I apologize. I have to lay on my side a lot. And I started training myself to sleep on my side because I sleep all over the place, but I like sleeping on my back. But that's not good to do after 20 weeks. And the reason for that is if I'm on my back and the baby kind of sets in the right spot, he will lay down on an artery that is very close to my spine. And if he does that, he cuts off oxygen to me, which cuts off oxygen to him. And if he has too little oxygen too long, it's bad news. So I purposely was training myself at about 8 weeks to sleep exclusively on my left side. You can sleep on your right side, but it is best for mom and baby to sleep on the left. And it's also just good. It's also just good for digestion. So even if you're not pregnant or cannot become pregnant, sleep on your left side. It's apparently the best thing for your guts, and or for a child. Any weird food cravings? Yeah. So early on, oh, you know what? Really quickly, I'm gonna show you or tell you how. Damn, sorry. 1 second. Please excuse me. I'm being so rude right now. There we go. 1 second. Come on. There we go. So, there we go. Right. I was like, what am I talking about? So, how did we find out? Join me on a journey to the past. About 3-4 years ago, we're just like, oh, it'd be really cool to have kids. When I first met Pat, so this is actually over a decade ago. When I first met Pat, I was kind of like, yeah, I could have a kid, maybe not, I don't know. Who knows? I was still pretty young, and I was like, ah. And Pat was like, no kids, meh. Kids are awful. And I was like, you're such a baby. Even further back than that, when I was in college, all throughout college and then a little after, you should know, and I've mentioned this before, I was a professional nanny and household manager. And it's a great job, and it was wonderful. I actually really enjoyed it. It was great. And I don't know why all of a sudden I'm like holding my breath. Excuse me. Am I 100% sure it's not fat? I don't know. It's debatable. There is a lot of fat though, which is good. It's actually good for the baby. So I actually know a lot about taking care of babies, particularly little boys. So having a little boy is actually like, whew, kind of a load off, because I know a lot about taking care of little boys. And so anyway, I was a nanny and blah, blah, blah. When I met Pat, and I was just like, kids are really fun, and and especially if it's yours, it's like a whole different ball game from what I understand. And it's actually not that difficult, and I mean it's stressful, but it's not, just love them and be there for them, and et cetera, et cetera. I'm paraphrasing a long conversation. And new discovery for curing lupus, more cock. Listen, Pat he's a genius. Right. So we just like, we're in a relationship, and in my head, I'm like, I would like to have a baby, but I'm not going to force my partner to have a baby. What's the point of doing that? I don't know, And then he's like, hey, so what if we did? And I was like, I don't know. What if we did? And he was just poking fun, and you took him seriously. What do you mean? Oh, what did I say? I'm confused. What did I say, Johnny? Oh, it's a joke about pregnancy? Oh. I didn't understand. Did I watch Plague's latest video? Yeah, oh my God. You guys have to see Plague's latest Pokemon video. It's awesome. I am having a baby, ironically. Okay, Johnny, I just got it. Thank you. That was funny. Sorry. I didn't mean to be like, tell me what you mean, Johnny. I just like, if I don't understand something, I'll ask. Sorry, I didn't mean to be like an asshole about it. Where was I going? Shit. I did it again. Oh wait. So anyway, right before COVID, I was going to introduce my husband, Patrick, who you may or may not know. I wanted to introduce Pat to my parents. Like, we had it all set up. And then I had it all set up. And then, we were supposed to go in March. And it was like, nope, not going to do that. So we didn't. And then we didn't. And then we didn't. And it was just like, because I wanted Pat to meet my dad. So Pat could be like, hey, can I have your daughter's hand? And I know that's so lame and that's so traditional, but like my dad's, and I don't know, I'm old fashioned that way. And what's funny is I've mentioned this, but during the phone call, Pat called my parents and he asked my mom, and my mom was like, yeah, of course, And then he's like, can I talk to, your husband? She was like, sure. And he's like, hello? And Pat's like, hey, and he asked, and this is what I heard from Pat, and Pat's like, he just went, what? Yeah, I mean, if you want to marry her, I mean, bud, she's your responsibility now. She's your problem. And I'm just like, rude. But that's my dad. He's really funny. Isn't that the most Southern dad shit ever? He's such an ass. Can't give her back now. And later my mom told me, my dad, like after they hung up and they hung up, my dad asked my mom, what was that about? Why didn't they just get married? And I'm like, look at how nice that was, Dad. He's like, he acts like he's the most like, ooh, look at me. I'm but he's actually really weirdly like progressive. He also loves RuPaul's Drag Race. I think, are they stupid? Like, I think I've told you guys this before, where my dad's watching RuPaul's Drag Race. And I can't remember which one, but he's like, oh, she's real cute. I'd take her out to dinner. And my mom's like, well, that's a drag queen. That's a man dressed as, a woman, and it's performance. And my dad goes, I said what I said. And we're just like, all right, okay, if that's all right. He was in the Navy. I'm just, I'm not here to judge him. He didn't stutter. I don't know. And my mom was like, all right. My dad has I've mentioned this, but my dad has we call him his boyfriend. They've been best friends for 40, 50 years. Or some shit, and named Henry, I think it's Henry, or is it Jack? Whatever, one of those. He's friends with all these guys named Jack and John and Bill, and he knew a guy whose name was Rabbit, and I was like, all right, whatever. So, him and I think it's Henry, or no, maybe it's Jack. We'll just say Jack. Him and Jack would Jack will call up my mom, not my dad, because my dad can barely hear out of his hearing aid. Call my mom and be like, hey, you want to come fishing? And then she goes, hey, you want to go fishing? And my dad will drop everything and they go fishing in their cute little rowboat. And sometimes my dad will come back wearing Jack's clothes, and we're just like, okay, all right. They'll just be coming back wearing but it's his shirt. And it's because my dad will get sludge on him and stuff. And it's always okay, all right. And so I'm like, Dad, why are you coming back with Jack's shirt? And he's like, well, and he explains, and I go, okay, well, tell your boyfriend hi. He goes, stop it. Ugh. Or he'll smile real big and wink at me, and I'm just like, he's cool. He's very comfortable with himself. He's really adorable. Sludge is also your excuse, I see. I will say though, Dad, he does come back covered in mud, because they go I don't know if they go noodling or anything. You know when you stick your arm in the mud hole to pull out a giant catfish. I don't think they do that, but they will get a bunch of catfish and just be covered in pond and mud. And anyway, my dad's really cool. Anyway, you would like him. He's very funny. Anyway, they're all thrilled. Blah blah blah. Let us go back in time. So I was supposed to be, married then. Didn't work out. Not it didn't work out to be married, just at that time. And then we did get married because we really wanted to be married to have a baby. That was very important to Pat as well. We were just no, we want to make sure we're absolutely married, and and so we were married. Well, we are married. We were wed. And then we so that we could have sex, we did not want to have premarital sex because we never did, by the way, as I am pure, as you know. No, I'm pure. And so, shut up, guys. Stop. So, we had to get like the Lord's approval as well as Quebec's. And here's the thing, in Quebec, it's a whole thing. I didn't want to be married in Quebec, but that was what we had at the time because COVID and blah, blah, blah. So, we were wed, and we were like, okay, what if we started now? But then we were like, we did not like what was happening, like, to me on the street and what was happening to our property on the street, as you know. We just were having a lot of problems with things going on in Montreal. I wouldn't call them evil neighbors. It's just there was a lot of contention and a lot of anger. And moving out here is like really a lot of validation because we've met a lot of people out here who they're like, oh, why'd you move out here? And we're like, well, here's one of the reasons. And they're like, yeah, that I don't really go to Quebec anymore. And I'm like, oh, so you understand? And they're like, yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about. And I was like, thank God. Cause like I started to feel crazy. Like when we began to tell you guys about what was going on, people were kind of reacting like, you're making shit up. And actually the neighbors are the good guys and you guys are fucked. And I was like, and it fucked with my head. I was like, is it me? Like, well, I was very, I was just like, am I the asshole? Like I felt very like gaslit. And then the Quebec nationalists descended upon me on Twitter, and I was for like 5 days, and I was just like, thank all of you. Thank you for showing everyone what's actually happening here. Because I was just sitting there being like, why are you please leave me alone. What is happening? Just really showing their asses. And hey, by the way, I want to say, if you live in Quebec or Montreal and you love it, I think that's awesome. There's so many awesome, wonderful, incredible things about Montreal and Quebec. I want to say that. I really do. And I am not disparaging the French. I am not disparaging anyone. And I think it was irresponsible of me to speak the way I did. I should have been more measured. Even though like everything I said is true and it was just a lot to deal with. I feel like I might have inspired some xenophobia, and if I did, I sincerely apologize because that sucks. Even though the xenophobia was coming literally at us in every direction, in reality on the street, I feel like I did not help that. But I do want to say that Quebec and Montreal are lovely. Oh, 1 second. Pat messaged me. Oh, okay, great. Pat's grabbing me some food because I have to eat every 20 minutes because I am fat, as you know. Queequeg, I don't know. That might be slightly racist a bit. Come on. Not what you said, but what, come on. That's a lot. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is, I felt like perhaps I was irresponsible in the way that I, spoke about it, perhaps. Oh, it's a Simpsons reference. Fine, then. Fine. No, I know, pirate. I'm just, so that was happening. And I actually, and Pat can attest to this. He may have mentioned it on the podcast, but I don't remember. he I was very willing to stay in the Montreal area. In fact, I'll tell you exactly where we were going to move. I really, really love the Monkland and I can't remember the other area, but I love Monkland a lot in Montreal. I love it. I used to go shopping in that area and a lot of great restaurants, and everyone's like, that's a lot more of a bilingual area of Montreal than where we actually lived. And it's beautiful. It's a beautiful area of Montreal. And I was really looking there. And I was like, oh, and then another place I really considered was actually Hudson, which is off the West Island and a little bit to the west. That area is actually heavily English speaking, but still there's a lot of French. Saint Lazare, yeah, I looked over there. We looked to move because we knew we were going to move. We knew with everything that was happening. I was like, I can't because I didn't want to be stressed during pregnancy. I needed pure zen, which I, by the way, still need. Like, as someone who does have lupus, the stress makes me sick. Like that, it absolutely is the number one trigger for a lupus flare up. So I need to be not stressed in that way. And I also didn't want to be stressed during pregnancy. It's not healthy. It's not good. Or as little stress as possible. So we looked at near Hudson, and it was actually Pat that was like, I think I want to leave Quebec completely. And I was like, I was thrilled because I very much wanted that. But at the same time, I was just like, I feel really bad having a grandbaby for your parents, and they're not going to be so close. I felt kind of crappy about that. But then again, we talked to Pat's parents about that, and they were actually really supportive. There were a lot of laws happening and things that made us kind of uncomfortable. We didn't like a lot of the schools either. That was also important to me. So I was just like, and we were just talking about it. And I was like, you know what? You're right. I don't think I can. And he's like, that's fair. Do you how far? And then we looked at Nova Scotia. We looked at Ontario, and I just wasn't happy with what I was seeing, and he wasn't either. And then we just were like, what about here? And we liked what we saw. We liked being close to, forests and mountains and oceans and lakes, and everything's all here, and the schools are really good, and et cetera, et cetera. The healthcare. Yeah, Nova Scotia is lovely, but BC probably has better healthcare. That was a big factor for me. I love Nova Scotia. I really, really love Nova Scotia. That was hard for me because I very much was considering Nova Scotia. But I have more experience with the entire Vancouver area. Love it. Pacific Northwest, etc. I just have a lot more experience there, And so I was like, what about this? And we floated it, and, so we moved. And we moved purposefully to a house that is very kid-friendly. We have a very nice backyard. We're going to build a little play set. When we were looking, I remember being like, okay, play set goes there, and maybe a whatever. And Pat just said, yeah, there are so many dogs out here. There's so many dogs. And I was just like, this is the fucking best. So the kid has always been in mind every step of it. Oh, you are next to 5 dogs right now. I see. Thank you, Pat. I hope pet them all for me, please. Will you take a picture? And I just like everything, and there's a lot of other things that's private, whatever, that we've done to prepare ourselves for the kid. One of which I'll tell you is that we so Pat, I was like, hey Pat, let's make sure you lose some weight before we start. And like, I also wanted to make sure I was super healthy. We tested, like, this is how like really into this we were. Pat's like, listen, I'm fat. I'm going to go get my stuff looked at. And I was like, that's cool. I'm going to get my stuff looked at. And it was, Pat's was like A+. Mine, apparently I have like a much younger woman's stuff going on. So I was like, thanks. I felt very proud of that. And then I ate like, sorry, this is so like, let me tell you about my fucking bits, but I was really proud. I was really proud of that. And then for the last, like, especially the last 7 months, 8 months before we began, I was like, I'm going to cook almost every meal. It's going to be as organic as possible without breaking the bank, because we live near a bunch of farmers, hobby farmers, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So everything was like organic and shit like that. I got rid of anything that could be an endocrine disruptor. I stopped using anything that had fragrance in it that I didn't like, that I didn't know what it was. Like I got like a little bit crunchy, as they say, a crunchy mom. I went a little bit crunchy with the help of HelloFresh, of course, as you know. And it was, yeah. Oh, I didn't have McDonald's for like months and months and months and months. Months and months. And I want to say this. I went overboard, just kind of prepping. And I acknowledge that. I just went completely ass balls overboard. Just because, like, you know, I don't know. I just wanted to like start off with like a clean, as healthy as possible slate, etc. Did I go through McDonald's withdrawals? No. I hadn't had a drop of alcohol since my birthday of last year. Now, someone actually mentioned this. They were like, but Paige, you drank, and I think it was on the Thanksgiving stream. Paige, you had 2 beers on the Thanksgiving stream, but you were pregnant then. Did you ever see me pop that can? Paige is so drunk. And I was like, guys, I'm so fucking drunk. Oh my God. No. We put Italian soda in there. Grapefruit Italian soda, which looks just like the beer. And I was like, I'm going to get another one. And then I went to the other room and I just poured more into the same can and came back out. Now, I want to say this. I did not do that to fool you guys. I did that to fool our parents. So I would like to apologize to you because that was deceptive. But it was deceptive meant to be not for you. It was so our parents would shut the fuck up and stop being like, so are you fucking pregnant? And I was just like, I can't fucking do this. So I was like, I sure do love drinking this alcohol, for I am inebriated. But I was not. So I'm sorry that I put the fuck on you, but that was unintentional. So I do apologize for that. That was my big deception. I fooled 1,000 plus people to fully trick 4. It's true. So I do apologize. That is apparently what a lot of women have to do to kind of get the pressure off of them when it's, you know. Did it work? Oh, yeah. No, they had no idea. They had no idea that I was pregnant. In fact, like the day after we found out, my Pat's parents were like, so is there any word on a baby? And we were like, no, not yet. And then we put our hands up at the phone. We're like, shut up. It was so funny. But like, and we were actually on our way to the confirmation appointment, I think. It was really funny. But it was so early that it just wasn't safe, like emotionally for either of us to tell anyone yet. We do have names picked out. It's customary in my family to have a short list of names that you and your partner like. And then when the baby comes out, you can kind of, they look like a baseball. You know, they look like Optimus Primal. They seem like an Optimus Primal. You know what I mean? So we have a very short list of names. We are also still open to names because boy names are hard. Girl names are so easy. I had like my phone, I've got like a list of just tons of girl names. Those are so easy. But boy names, we're both sitting there and we're like, we don't like too many of these like that we would hear. So here's the thing. Oliver is a great boy name. One of our stipulations is we don't want any names in the top like 20 most popular names, because we don't want our kid to be like, you know, Jack B. You know what I mean? And then there's like 6 other Jack, you know, or Olivers in the class. You know what I mean? So I didn't want to do that to him. We will not be using Khaleesi. Or Sephiroth, for that matter. I wish I was named Megatron as well. So I will give you, I mean, I don't know. Is this stream okay? I feel like lame and boring. Hold on, let me get rid of that. There we go. Are you enjoying the story? Oh, good. I'm so glad. We are, you know, I will spoil it. We are considering the name Rollback Netcode. You know, we'll just have to see, you know, his beautiful face, and go from there. See if he looks like a rollback. But so, right. I'm sorry. I'm all over the place. Excuse me. So, eating organic. I'm being like crunchy as fuck. Which one is pregnant? That's funny, Pirate. I was like, you know, prepping our bodies. Pat lost like 50, 60 pounds. Like, he looks great. And then it was. We had to wait on the house because we could have began the process where we were staying, but I was just like, no, I want to be in the house. Like, I'm going to need that for stress purposes. And he's like, totally. And so finally October happened and I was like, okay, here we go. And I went to the doctor. And I apologize if this is TMI, but I've mentioned this before. I had a copper IUD, and I was like, okay, time to take that sucker out, play taps, thanks for your service. And then I, on a whim, I was like, oh, so, copper IUD, that was my birth control. So, forgive me. A copper IUD is a form of birth control that is non-hormonal. And it's placed in the uterus, and then no baby. And then it's as I believe it's as effective as getting your tubes tied, but it's completely reversible. All you have to do is take it out, but it has to be taken out by a doctor. So Copper Tucker is a non-hormonal birth control. So yeah, it looks like a little T, like a timeout, right? So it was taken out, and on a whim, I was joking, but I was like, so can I keep it? And he's like, oh yeah, if you want, yeah, I'll just, make sure it's clean and everything. And I was like, really? He's like, oh yeah, people ask all the time. And I was like, okay. And so they like sterilized it for me and they're like, here you go. And like they wrapped it for me. And I was like, wow, thanks. Thank you. So yeah, I have it. Which is crazy. Can we see it maybe one day? It's over at the house. Was I pregnant when floor pie happened? No. I don't remember. I don't remember quite the timeline there. I don't think so. I think that was just before. I'm not going to wear it as a necklace. No, I did not. I'm not going to fucking show you my IUD. That's weird. I am not showing you the IUD. Not to be rude to you. It's just if you want to see what it looks like though, you know, please Google it. It's interesting. So it was out. And I was, forgive me again, post ovulation. And I was like, I come home and I'm like, I totally unprotected. And Pat was like, cool, what's, you know, and I was like, yeah, whatever. And then I tracked my cycle and I had all these apps and I was like, okay, here's the deal. When you're under 30, it usually takes no more than like 6-ish months and you're like healthy and everything's chill or whatever. It takes about 6 months-ish to become pregnant. When you are 30 to 35, it is like, you know, 6 months to a year. And then after a year, it's advised that you go to a clinic or wherever to have things checked up, possibly undergo fertility treatments. And me, I'm like, okay, well, I'm the unluckiest person on this earth. So I was like saving all this money just in case. And I was like ready to like, you know, yeah, I was like ready to like, well, not turkey baster, but like, you know, like, do I need to take like fertility pills or whatever? Like I was saving money just in case that needed to occur. Even though like everything was like A+ with us, I was just really, you know, oh boy. And then the first month I ovulated and I checked on the day and I wrote it down and I was like, hey babe, you know, listen, sorry if this is TMI, but I think this is so interesting. I was like, hey babe, you know, I just want to let you know, I am ovulating today. If you do not want to do this today, I am totally cool. I don't want to force you to do anything. We can wait. You know, I know we just moved in. There's boxes everywhere still. You know, it's totally up to you. And he's like, you know, Paige, we got so much time. Let's go upstairs and, you know, I know. So side character says, hey baby, want to schedule some sex? Listen, if you're fucking for the sake of doing so, wildly different from fucking for the sake of doing something productive. You know what I'm saying? It is so weird. It was spooky. Like, so it kind of has to work like that a little bit because the egg only stays alive for about 24, 36-ish hours. Sperm, however, lives up to 5 days. So you can, you know, some people do like just before and then they like fuck like crazy and the day of, and then they're like, you know, it's weirdly, so yeah, it is surprisingly hard to get pregnant, but the reason teenagers do is because they're fucking all of the time. Also, teenagers will ovulate because this is so complicated. Ovulation is not like, because you're young, ovulation isn't as clockwork as it is when you're a little older, or can be. So it just kind of goes, you know, but mine is pretty clockwork. And I was just like, you know, And he was like, we got months of trying to do. Let's just get started. Let's just get this started, you know? And I was like, all right, haha. And then we went upstairs and we played a game of Jenga. And then we played Jenga. And then we were like, cool. Indeed, that was a good game of Jenga. And then that was that. And I was like, okay, great. And then we like, I don't know, watched X-Files. And then, Paige blushed, looked away and said, thank you. Who won? I'm not gonna say ya. Anyway, I was pure as always. And then, you know, like I'm telling you 3 days later. So Pat kind of said it. I think he was just so nervous, but he said it differently than how it happened on the podcast. What happened was, is my hair darker now? Yeah. Like my hair is growing really fast, but it's different. That's a whole ball game. I'll get into that. So like 3 days after we played Jenga, I was like so hungry. And I mentioned this on the podcast, or not on the podcast, on here. I mentioned on here, I think it was during a disco. No, it was maybe before disco. I don't know. I was playing something. And I was like, guys, I'm so fucking hungry. I think it's this new medication I'm taking, which I was on a medication, has totally safe for pregnancy. Not a big deal. It's just like this whatever thing. Don't worry about it. But one of the things is it can make you hungry. So I was like, oh, it's just making me hungry. But I was like ravenous, and I would start to panic if I wouldn't eat something. And I started taking things off of Pat's plate, and I'm like, please let me have this. And he's like, yeah, fine. He's like, are you pregnant? And this is like 3 days later. This, I swear to Christ, because I keep an extensive like notes of like my day to day and what I'm doing, and I swear to Christ, 3 days later, I'm like, I can't stop eating. And I remember calling my doctor and being like, hey, this medicine is like, I'm so hungry. And she's like, yeah, you know, you're, the medication, it can make you hungry. And I was like, oh, okay. Meh. And I'm just like, I can't stop eating. And so that was happening. And then, and Pat told this story a little bit, but I'm going to tell you the full story. Remember how I had to get my teeth cleaned? And I talked about that. Well, I went to the dentist and I'm like, hey, you know, can you clean my teeth? They're like, yeah. They're cleaning my teeth and I'm bleeding like just, I mean, like it was a bloodbath. Like I'm just like covered and it got in my hair. And she's like, oh, your gums are like, oh my God, do you floss? I'm like, I floss like all the time. I actually quite enjoy flossing. I don't know why. But I am like, she's like, oh, I think your gums are like really inflamed. This is some like gingivitis. I'm like, I don't have gingivitis. Like, that's crazy, right? What do you mean? Like, and I'm mortified. I'm beyond mortified. Now, to be fair, my teeth were like in some weird shape, and I talked to her later. It's totally, it's like way under my gums. I can't reach it. It's because my old dentist back where I grew up sucks ass. And she told me, she's like, did they ever do this? And I'm like, no. She's like, wow, don't ever go to them again. And I'm like, oh. So I'm like, I'm just bleeding everywhere. And I shouldn't be. Like, she's barely flossing me. And her hands are covered in blood. And she's like, this is like, you have some like advanced gingivitis. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm mortified. I take really good care of my teeth, I thought. I'm like, oh my God, oh geez, you know. And it was so bad that she could only do the upper part. She's like, you're going to have to reschedule for the bottom part next week because this is so bad. And I was like, oh my God, this is so embarrassing, right? Yeah, I don't blame you. Suddenly want to brush, right? I was so embarrassed. So I come back and we talked about it on here and I was like, what the fuck, right? This is bananas. I go back. This time I have a different lady, but the other lady's in the other room and we say hi. And I have this lady. And well, okay, it turns out it's not gingivitis. Spoiler alert. I'll get there. So then I'm on the bottom. She does the bottom part. And we're talking and I'm like, hey, just so you know, is there anything you're going to do? Because who knows? I might be pregnant. We don't know yet. And she's like, oh, how exciting. I'm like, yeah, we just had our first try. And she's like, oh, that's so exciting. And she says, I just ended my fertility journey. I was, we were trying for a long time and it just didn't work out and I'm too old now. And so, and I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. And we're just talking. I'm so sorry about that. And she's like, yeah, it was really hard. Like I would talk about kids and babies with clients and stuff. And like, she's like, and she was really sweet. And she's like, I'll be honest. I would cry and it would be hard and all this stuff. But it's I'm doing better now. And I'm like, I'm so glad for you. Oh my gosh. And she's like, but I know, you're going to be fine. I was like, yeah. We talked about how a lot of, people need fertility treatments a lot these days, more than ever before. That's a whole other thing. And we're like, oh, this sucks, do. She was so sweet. Then she starts on my teeth and I'm bleeding everywhere again. And we were like chatting it up at first. And then all of a sudden I said, hey, isn't bleeding gums like this a sign of pregnancy? And she was like dead quiet, just like working on my teeth. And I'm like, well, rather like my mouth was wide open while I was like, right? So I'm like, am I fucking pregnant? I'm like, no, I'm not fucking pregnant. That's stupid. There's no way, right? So she's like quietly doing my teeth. And then she finishes and I'm like, haha, okay, thank you so much. She's like, yep. And then she takes me to the front and I'm like, could I be pregnant? There's no fucking way. And it's too early to test. You should try really hard not to test until about 12 to 14 days after ovulation. And I get to the front and I'm paying and she goes, by the way, good luck with, and then she like looks so upset and she like put her head down and like kind of walked away really fast. And I was like, does she know something? Right? Like I was like, I don't think she was seething. I think it hurt her. And I was so mortified. You thought pregnancy stopped bleeding? No. Well, I mean, it does in other places, but not here during early pregnancy, apparently. And I was just like, right. Now I'm going to fast forward to just a few days ago. I came back to get it cleaned again. And I saw both of those ladies and they were flossing me, not a drop of blood. They were like, and I told them, I'm like, turns out I was pregnant, haha. And they were like, yeah, no, you were that was totally the sign that you're pregnant. It's crazy. So yeah, no blood whatsoever. My teeth are perfect and wonderful and everything's great. Anyway, so I'm like, oh, this blood. And I tell Pat about it. I'm like, Pat, I bled everywhere at the dentist. Like it was so gross. And I was, I'm so mortified. And he's like, Paige, I think you are pregnant. And I'm like, I am not pregnant. There's no way. It is too soon. It's not, that's ridiculous. Surely not. Right? It's too soon. Ridiculous. We have months. And I remember thinking like, oh, good thing we have months. Cause I was like 10 pounds over from where I wanted to be. And then, like the day before we were going to test, I was mopping the floor and I was like, oh, wow, this water is terrible. And like, I put it up to here and all of a sudden I was like, why can I smell that so much? And like, it just smelled like dirty water, but I started to like gag and he's like, what's wrong? I'm like, and I just like dropped it and like ran to the bathroom and just hurled up my lunch. And he's like, and I remember just looking in the toilet and there's like blueberry muffin in there. And I went, oh my fucking God. And I come out and I'm like, I just threw up all my muffin. He's like, you are pregnant. I'm like, I'm not pregnant. I'm not pregnant, right? There's no way. It's not happening. Oh, hey, babe.
Hey, Mama.
I was like, there's no way I'm pregnant. That's stupid, Pat. That's stupid. Wait, there's nothing written on anything, right?
No.
Okay. I was like,
Other than the Caesar on your Caesar salad.
huh? What do you mean?
On the little box that has your Caesar salad, it says Caesar.
Oh, well, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Okay. Guys, do you want to see the bump? Pat, show them your bump.
Hold on, babe. I got your tzatziki.
Oh, thank you. He brought me food. I do apologize. I'm going to have to eat on stream. I'm starving. I'm going to die. But I was just like, that's stupid. I am not pregnant. And so the next day, we woke up early.
Can you pause for a second?
Pause?
We'll be right back for just a
Oh,
second.
yeah. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Please hold. One second. Wow. Test
Look,
1, 2.
It's
Oh my God, you guys, it's the orb.
It's my baby.
That's great. Wow,
Oh,
honey.
it's kicking.
Are you sucking in?
Yeah.
Why were you sucking in?
No.
Babe.
Oh, hey, anyway, hey.
You're so funny. What-
Hello.
You're so sweet.
All right, I'll get you a fork.
All right, thank you. So I'm like,
Hey, sorry about the delay. Everything took forever.
don't worry. I don't care. It's fine.
Oh, I have great news though.
Oh, what's the good?
You
What's
know
the
that restaurant that we like, that we bring Zangief to, but like he goes nuts when we sit outside.
Which one?
The one where we sit outside.
There's multiple ones where we sit outside.
The one I got this stuff from.
Oh, yeah.
They have drilled posts into the rocks that you can tie your dog to.
Oh, that's so
That's
nice.
why there's so many dogs there.
Oh, where is? Oh, okay. Is it? And it's right next to the.
It's right where the tables are.
Oh, great.
So
is that
like,
new?
I don't know, but there
Oh.
were like 5 people sitting eating food, and their dogs were just like, I'm having a fun time.
That's great.
And I pet the dogs.
Oh my gosh, thank you. Thank you for the food,
So we
honey.
can take Zangief there now.
That's great. Thank you.
I'll get you your fork, honey.
I'm telling the story about how you knew that I was the way that I was before I did.
Oh, you mean how you kept stealing my food and barfing everywhere?
Yes. But I definitely wasn't pregnant.
I'm eating, and she's like, "Oh, give me the food."
Oh, I was like
barf.
I was like moaning like a whore. I was like, so good, and it's just like some shitty like potatoes. I'm
Like
like,
you know when your wife or your girlfriend's like eating food, and you're like, "Oh my god, oh, it's so incredible," and you're like, "Shut the fuck up." But she was doing that for everything and stealing my food and then barfing. And I was like, Paige, I think you're pregnant, even though it's only been like 10 days.
No, it was like 3 days. No,
It
do you not
was.
remember?
It
It was
was.
3. I swear to God.
It was after the end of your cycle or
Yeah.
whatever the fuck it is.
Well, not the end, honey. You don't even know the terminology.
Ovulatory.
You don't even know the terminology.
Your egg droppy time.
This is why I had to do all the work.
You didn't do all the work.
You helped. You helped for literally a minute
helped
and
for-
45
I
seconds.
helped
Now
for
get
like
out.
At least 2 minutes.
Get the
At least
fuck
2.
out. God.
Maybe even 2.5.
Ugh. Anyway. So funny. Oh, did he get me a fork? Oh, maybe that's where he's going. So the next day I had to pee. We woke up. I was like, hey, it's time to test. We woke up. We look like fucking shit. And I was like, hey, for posterity, because, you see all these people take videos, especially on TikTok, you see them like have the pregnancy test and they look at it, and they have that moment captured forever. And I was like, oh, do you want to have that? And we can always have like, I'll pee on the thing and then we'll look and then we'll like edit it till we get the one that is a yes. And we had no plans to, no offense, we had no plans to show you guys. It's weird. It's weird. I don't want to like, here's my pee stick, guys. Check it out, But I was like, oh, for the kid or for us or whatever, for the parents, for our parents. And we're like, So yeah, it's only tier 3 subs, guys. Thanks. Tier 3 subs only. So I peed on the stick and I plugged it into the thing. I actually took 2 and then I turned it upside down and I put it on where Pat was sitting and we were just sitting there waiting. Should have pretended it was a COVID test. No. Pat knows the difference, what they look like. I took a digital one and then I took one that I thought was a thing, but it actually was an ovulation test. It's a whole thing. I got them confused. So I put the video on and we both look like fucking shit, right?
Fork.
Thank you, dear.
Here, Pat.
Where are you going?
Getting your drink.
Oh, do you want to hang out or are you going to rest up?
So sweaty, Paige.
Yeah, you're going to go pee, poops, and shower? Okay, understandable. Do you have to pee on a certain spot or do you pee all over it? That's a great question. So, the stick I used.
Also, I have to get all rested.
Oh,
and
yay,
shit
thank you.
Because you come down to Pat's stairs at 4 o'clock. Chaos. Okay, bye. Love you.
Love you, should.
Don't smack my butt. That's how we got into this mess.
So, I used there's actually multiple kinds of pee tests. The one I used was about this big, ladies, and it's the digital one. And, I turned it upside down and I gave it to Pat, and then the timer went off, and he looked at it.
There were a lot of tests we could have gone with, but we decided to go with the smell test. Just get that big pile of pee and... Oh, you're not nearly as weak to that as you used to be.
Yeah, not anymore, yeah.
Wow.
Not anymore.
That used to make you just barf all over the floor.
Yeah, it did.
Oh, well. Mwah.
Thanks. Yeah, my stomach has gotten a little less grossed out.
I know, it's up in your chest right now.
Oh, come on, nasty ass.
Love you, babe.
Love you. So, he turned it over, and he made a face like his eyes got real big, and I was like, and I thought he was gonna go, oh, ha ha, and like do that, which I was gonna like smack him upside the head, because that's a crappy thing to do. But that's what I thought he was doing, and he's like, well then, and I was like, what? Come on. And then he turns it around. He's like, you're pregnant. And I looked and I'm like, it said yes. It said yes. And I was like, that's bullshit. So then I took like 6 more. And that's why Pat says on the podcast, he says like, and then Paige took a ton of tests. I took like a ton of tests and they all were like, yes, plus, yes, plus, and I was just like, how the fuck did that happen? Oh, I know the denial was strong with me, SP3. The denial was very strong. Blown away. It's because we were married beforehand. That's true. So I actually was worried it was multiples because I had heard that if you get like die stealers is what they call it with the plus, and it's super strong right away. That can mean that you have multiples, and I have multiples in my family. I have twins in my family, and I was just like, oh my fucking God, if we have more than one, I'm gonna shit a brick. Because my brother has twins, and I was like, I will shit myself. That's a lot to deal with. And wonderful and a blessing. But I was just like, but we were able to secure an ultrasound very, very early because of the way that I am. We were able to get an ultrasound much earlier than most people. We got one at like 5 weeks. Usually you don't get one till like 8 or 9 to confirm the pregnancy, but I got one at like 5. And it was just like, and I remember Pat like looking at it and going, that's the Dark Souls like logo. It's because it was just this black void in my body with a like white perfect circle. And we were like, what the fuck? No, it really looked like it did. It really did. And we were just like, whoa. And we just like stared at it for a while. But then you guys saw on Twitter, that's a guy in there. That's just a little guy. Were there tears? Oh my God. Sorry. Yes and no. It was mostly just like us like walking around being like, huh. You know, like we were just like confused because we were like, how could this possibly have happened so fast? And then I felt guilty because I have a lot of girlfriends who are trying to conceive and are trying and they it's not happening for them. So I felt so guilty. And that's another reason why I waited to tell some friends, because I didn't want to be like, I'm so fucking pregnant, my fertility, bleh. And like they're just sitting there like, you know, like that's no, quiet Viking, it's not a skill issue. Be nice. No, stop. Mean. But like I just, you know, like I wanted to be aware of their feelings, and it was just like so it took me a really long time to tell anybody. So anyway, I know I've been talking for like an hour and a half, but I just want to say thank you for your patience with me. Thank you for your kind words. Oh, real quick. Puff says my girlfriend said pregnancy can cause your teeth to fall out. Is this true? Or is she pregnant, or is she pranking me? It's true. So that is true. And there's a reason for that. So my doctor, who, by the way, this part's crazy. My doctor. So normally you have a couple of options. You can go to a midwife. You can go to an OBGYN, or a GP for this. I have chosen to go with a GP who specializes in women and women's health and OB science. And the reason for that is that he also knows a lot about lupus. I also have a lupus specialist who works specifically with pregnant women. And I may also get a doula, but I don't know. So I have like a whole team assembled, and they're great. But my GP, I normally I would go with a OB, but because I'm just so special, I figured going with him was the best option. And he's great. Well, I was in there one day, and I walked into his office, and he was watching Awesome Games Done Quick. And I was like, on Twitch, and I was like, oh, you're a fucking nerd. Okay, noted. And then his phone went off, and it was like, I think it was the Metal Gear, like, noise. or the codec noise. And I was like, okay. And I started to, I'm like, are you a big dweeb? And he's like, I like video games. And I was like, oh, that's crazy. We're talking. And I'm like, hey, you watch Twitch a lot? He's like, yeah. And I was like, do you remember, did you ever watch YouTube? Did you ever watch Two Best Friends Play? And he's like, oh yeah, Matt and Pat, right? And I'm like, yeah, my husband is Pat. And he's like, now, he had seen Pat, but we're always wearing masks. And he goes, oh my God, of course he is. I didn't recognize him. He was wearing a mask. And I'm like, yeah, isn't that crazy? He's like, oh my God. So, small world. I don't think he watches. But like, I already really, really liked him. And I already like thought he was like funny and nice and everything. And then this, and I was like, oh my God. And then we start like, what do you like to play? Oh my God, I'm going through this right now. Oh, that's so fun. And he's like examining my belly and we're like talking about games. And it's like, he's great. So that was awesome. I really liked that. Yeah. He was really sweet. Or is really sweet. Yeah. So that's really neat. Does he know about floor pie? No, I don't think he's like a viewer or anything. He just knows who we are. That's all. Will my boy have Canadian citizenship? Yeah, of course. I do apologize. I am going to need to eat, and I apologize for that. I will try to like move back as I chew. Oh, okay. How do I keep my teeth? How do you keep your teeth? I'm sorry. So, when you are pregnant, you can absolutely lose your teeth. And there's a reason for that. My doctor, I was talking to him about this. The reason for that is, it's not me, it's the baby. The reason for that is that I was really upset the first few weeks of my pregnancy. All I could stomach was like water, and I really craved foods I ate as a small child. So like blueberry Pop-Tarts, bread and butter, and that was kind of it. Couldn't, like, everything else would just come up. And I told him, I was like, oh my God, you know, like the baby, I'm feeding it like Pop-Tarts and shit. Oh my God, you know, what am I going to do? I'm not getting enough nutrition. He's like, well, are you taking your prenatals? I'm like, yeah, oh yeah. And Pat and I, by the way, were taking prenatals for like a year leading up, so I would have a lot of vitamins stored. And he goes, oh, well, then that's fine. And I was like, are you sure? And he's like, yeah, you have to remember, a baby is considered like, it's like a perfect parasite. It will take anything it needs. The only thing, he was like, the prenatal vitamins are not for the baby. They're for you, because the baby will take everything from you. He even said, he's like, technically, you don't even need prenatals. You should take them. He's like, but you don't even need prenatals. The only thing you must take is some kind of folate. Other than that, he's like, if women can't stomach some prenatal pills because they're gross, he's like, just take some kind of folate. Well, there's different kinds of folic acid or folate, depending. Sorry, 1 second. So, he was like, anything that you have, the baby will just take. He's like, I do recommend that you drink milk. He asked me, he's like, do your prenatals have calcium? Because some of them lack calcium or iron. And I was like, yeah, mine's fine. And he was like, well, just drink milk and it'll be fine. And I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, because if you don't have enough calcium, the baby will strip it from your fucking bones. Hi, Moore. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. Thank you. Mwah, 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 mwah. I love you, Moore. Mwah. I love you. Mwah. They will take it from your bones. Thank you, Moore. I appreciate it, babe. They will take it from your bones. It's so metal. And as a result, your teeth can fall out if you don't get enough calcium. It happens all the time. It's not like super common, but you are at risk if you don't, take your calcium. So that's why I am also, on top of taking prenatals religiously, I also once or twice a week, I have track marks now. I'm getting IV therapy for prenatal vitamins as an extra added dose, just to double up on everything. Not for like any real, I wasn't like recommended to do so. I just like wanted to, and my doc says it's fine because it's water soluble, so you can't like overdose on vitamins. Speaking of IVs, does the extra blood from baby development make you bruise harder than normal? So, one of the reasons women become big during pregnancy is that, I wish I had the exact stats on me. I think we can look it up. But I am like, it's one of the reasons you get morning sickness. You're suddenly filling with blood very, very quickly. I believe by the end of pregnancy, you have like triple the amount of blood that you had when you started. And that's why you get the pregnancy glow, because your skin is, pushing blood to the surface, etc. So closer to the surface. So that's why you get that like flush, that beautiful glow, right? When I get the IV, she has to be extra careful because it will go it's just everywhere. That's also why you start bleeding from your gums more easily, especially at the beginning. Can I donate the extra blood? No, unfortunately. Like, I need all of it. Well, I don't. He does. So, babies are super metal. They steal your teeth, fuck with your bones, and fill you with blood. So a lot of a woman's weight and size as they become increasingly pregnant is because, like, God, there's so much, there's like pounds of blood, amniotic fluid, pounds of it, your boobs, pounds of extra boob. I'll get with you on that. Holy shit. The baby itself, and then you actually do gain fat because you need the fat. Like you fucking need it real bad. Pounds of fat and blood and amniotic fluid and boob. Not always, but often. Like, I can't wear any of my bras. Like, I'm wearing sports bras that are like, it's not great. They're very uncomfortable. More, I would kill for a fucking back massage. Next time I see you, let's give each other massages. I love you. Was I hoping for a boy? Tricky question, because I was interested in the idea of a girl because it would be new for me, because most of the children and babies that I nannied were boys, but I'm actually very grateful that it's a boy because it's going to be a little bit less of like a shock to me because I'll know more of what to do. Does that make sense? But we were going to be like thrilled out of our minds either way. All right. Am I planning on breastfeeding? Yeah, absolutely. 110% breastfeeding all the way. I apologize if that's TMI, but it's like a whole thing. That's true, more. You need to watch certain spots when getting massaged because certain things can jumpstart labor. That is true. How is that TMI? It's what boobs are for. That's true. What is the popping sound? Sorry, I'm sorry. You're right. I'll pull this out. That's too much noise here. Apologies. So with breastfeeding, this is so interesting. Something that's fascinating. Pat and I have been experiencing watching like TikToks and videos and just learning about stuff. You have two options to feed the baby the second the baby comes out. You have formula and you have breast milk. You can choose to exclusively breastfeed. You can choose to exclusively pump, like using like a machine or a handheld device. You can use both. You can totally use both. You can use exclusively formula. You can mix and match all of those things. And all of those things are great because as long as the baby's fed, that's all that actually matters. All that actually matters is the baby is fed. But that's like the baseline. The baseline is the baby is fucking getting fed. But to me, and based on the science and the research, etc., we will see each other, and I will give you a big hug and a kiss. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. I was like, whatever happens, I really, 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 really want my baby to have breast milk. If for some reason I can't exclusively breastfeed, I'll just pump. But some people have a really hard time producing, especially at first. Some people have like it takes a bit for the regular milk to come in. Sometimes, there's all kinds of things. Latching. So latching is when the baby like gets onto the nipple, right? This is how I find out you're a mom now. I know, surprise. Latching is actually really tricky, and that's why there are lactation specialists, because some babies have a really hard time. Yeah. Ecto says they had so much trouble with latching. And it's also very painful. Breastfeeding in general, breastfeeding sucks. Like, for the mom. It's hard and it sucks. Like, it hurts. Because, imagine like just a little creature, just, right? On your fucking boobies? What the hell? Also, I apologize for the TMI. This whole area, if you look at it, like I'll be I'll undress or whatever, and Pat would look at it and I'd be like, ow, and it would just hurt. They hurt like crazy. It's like I was telling Steph last night, my boobs are filled with rocks and lightning. It's horrible. It's very bizarre. It's really weird. And I'm telling you this because you need to know, because we need your sympathy. Pregnant ladies need your sympathy. I will say this, though. I can't stop singing the song like, pregnant women are smug. Because it's true. But what am I eating? I'm having some tzatziki with some olive oil and olives and some naan. And I've got a little pita thing there. So your tits already suck and they hurt. And then the baby is like on the boob and it's like, oh my God, go to a birthing class and make a birthing plan. JJ Rothman, way ahead of you. Come on, babe. Come on. I'm almost 6 months pregnant. You think come on now. So yeah. So you'll where I was going with that is sometimes you'll hear the term fed is best. I mean, as long as the baby's fed, that's the baseline. That's all that matters. For me, though, I really, really, really want to feed the baby breast milk because they'll get a lot of my antibodies, a lot of my blah, 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 etc., etc. It's just good. It's just good for the baby. Even if it's just a little bit, a lot of women, like, apologies if this is gross. My dream is that I will be an overproducer and that I will be able to freeze a lot of my milk and then donate it, because a lot of times women can't produce right away, which is very common. It takes a couple days for the full milk to come in. And And sometimes they'll take donor milk to assist. So you think a teaspoon a day will give full benefits, right? It's crazy. So when the baby comes out, the baby's stomach is like the size of, I think, half of a grape. So it's not like they need a lot, especially right away. So it's pretty good. Yeah. Will the baby be a DPS or a tank? I'm thinking tank. So what I'm gonna do is leading up to the big day, I got that dirty. Oops. Sorry, Pat. You didn't see that, Pat. Sorry. Leading up to the big day, I'm going to be taking all these like vitamins and shit and eating certain things to prepare my body holistically, but apparently there is some scientific research behind it. Eating like 6 to 8 dates a day, things like that. Drinking raspberry leaf tea, which at first I was reading about it, I'm like, this is fucking horse shit, woo-woo, horse hockey that I don't want to deal with, right? Like, what am I gonna get some jerk off crystals as well? But eating dates and drinking raspberry leaf tea, allegedly, according to some papers, especially dates, ripens the cervix and causes an easier delivery. So we'll see. I'm double checking with my doctor when I go in a couple weeks. Ripe. I know. That's the word they use. I know. Gross. It's so gross. It's so icky. I know. I am pregnant for real. Surprise. What's up? Should I? Maybe I was a little too cryptic in my title. I'm just literally gonna put I'm fucking pregnant, lol. Hold on. Fucking oh Jesus, come on. Why did Pat move this? God. The other thing is I'm always so out of breath. Cause especially second trimester, am I showing yet? Boy, am I. I'll show you in a second. Am I showing yet? Oh, you're gonna shit your pants. There we go. There we go. All right, there we go. Yeah, no, like, my, come on, God damn it. All right, my gut is now so big that me and Pat we can't hug anymore. We have to do Christian side hugs. It's really cute. Some people get defensive of prego people. Oh yeah, and which is very nice. That's very sweet, you know. Now that cause like I've been wearing a lot of baggy clothes, but when I wear tighter clothes, people are like really sweet to me. Which people have been very sweet in this area anyway. But like they're very, very sweet. When they realize they got a big old porky lady coming through. I'm glowing. Oh my God, stop it. Thanks. Do we channel energy through the orbs? You know that we do. Aw, thanks, Bailey. Appreciate it. How many fat jokes is Pat gonna make this calendar year? Oh, as soon as I got pregnant, he calls me fat wife. He calls me fat wife, which is fine. Because then I'm like, I'm fat. Nobody can stop me. Because, like, I love being fit. I'm proud of, like, my tummy. I like having, like, a tauter tummy, and I'm like, you know. But then as soon as I got pregnant, I was like, fucking woo! In fact, this is so embarrassing, but I'll tell you. I'm just so glad I can talk to you guys about this, because I haven't felt comfortable talking about this. Like, last night, was it last night or was it yesterday evening? I think it was the day before night around 3 a.m. By the way, I sleep like shit. I wake up every 45 minutes. Do you think you'll get fit again after the child or embrace mom bod life? I'll be fine. I'm not worried about it. Cause like my mom snapped back pretty quick. Pat's mom snapped back pretty quick. I plan on doing gentle workouts the first 6 weeks. And by gentle workouts, I mean short walks. But then after that, once I'm cleared, I'm gonna, you know, lift again and etc. Because of course, right before I got pregnant, I was in physical therapy, and he's like, "You're all cleared to do all the activities you used to do," and I was like, "Hooray!" And then of course I got knocked up. Snap back, so everyone gets a hat. Oh, by snap back, I mean, you know, go back to close to or around what I looked like before. Nursing also makes you lose a shit ton of weight. You can, like, it's like 500 calories a day to produce milk. Fucking bananas. I have seen videos of pregnant people weightlifting, and I think that's amazing, and I support them, and I think it's awesome. I don't feel comfortable doing that. I do not feel comfortable doing that. Oh yeah, 500 calories a day, like about. And here's why. Like one of the reasons some women are having trouble producing, which there are many reasons, but some of which is they're not getting enough calories. They're not feeding themselves enough. So you have to kind of like eat as if you're bulking. It's wild. Yeah, ecto, you know, 500 calories easy. It's wild. That's a great question, Frida. Do I care about natural birth, or will you take the help you can get? So, one of my neighbors was telling me about her natural birth. And I'm so impressed. And I think it's so badass. And I completely support her. And I think that's the coolest shit I've ever heard. I will take all of the drugs. I'll have all of them. I don't care. As long as it doesn't affect my guy. As long as it doesn't affect him, fucking go to town. Definitely getting the epidural for sure. My hope is to start out with the epidural. No, I'm not going to 420. My hope is to, when we go in, start out with epidural and then, you know, take the advice of my doctors, etc. But I don't foresee needing too much more than that, but who knows? I actually just got, because of my arteries, they were a little bit like, oh, we should check and make sure that you can deliver vaginally, forgive me, vaginally or whatever. And I was like, all right. And my arteries are perfect. They're like, yeah, go to town. Because I was like, ooh, am I going to have to plan a C-section? They're like, no, you're fine. I was like, great. But if I have to have an emergency C-section, that's fine too. Thank you, Blaffelgoom. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Or Blaflagoom? I'm sorry, I'm butchering your name. I'm sorry. Does my lower immune system affect anything? So I mentioned this earlier, but it's worth repeating. My immune system is actually standard pregnant lady low. So when you're pregnant, your immune system does naturally lower. because that's just better for baby. So like pregnant women are more likely to catch colds, etc. So that's another reason why I'm still masking. I know people have been shitting on us for a while, but that's one of the reasons I did not want to get sick right before or during this process. So, I don't know why I keep holding my breath. So, yeah, pregnancy can actually be good for some autoimmune disorders. Yes, like lupus. So my lupus, most women who have lupus, the lupus goes into complete remission and there's like no problems and you feel better than ever during your pregnancy. However, my doctor did inform me that about 2 months after postpartum, I will probably have a big flare up, which we're totally expecting. Totally fine. My flare-ups are generally pretty, compared to most lupus people, like pretty chill. So, yeah. It's totally... Oh, what chairs do I have? We have the Herman Miller Embody. Highly recommend it. They're very expensive, which is a bummer. You can find them secondhand for a lot cheaper. Or you can use them as write-offs if you use them for work. Highly recommend it. There's also the Aeron, which is also very good. I prefer the Embody because this one is specifically designed for sciatic pain and lumbar support, etc. But a lot of people love the Aeron. I know. It's $1 billion for the chair, but it's like, it's the only reason I'm able to sit upright in front of you right now. Like I still have trouble sitting upright in like regular chairs. Worth every penny. Worth every fucking penny. Like I'm very frugal. With my money, and I don't like to spend it on anything unless like I know it's going to be fucking radical. I would spend this is worth it 10 times over. Thank you. This is Marco. I appreciate you. How pet resistant is it? I mean, Elmo loves it, so not very resistant to animals actually coming near it. But if like Elmo started to scratch it one day, so I just put like a blanket over it and then it was fine. And sometimes you have to like defer it. Do you know what I'm talking about? But other than that, it's great. There's no pet force field, I'm afraid. Would you guys like to see my belly? Is that weird? Do you want to? Or is that weird? I just want to show you what I'm working with. Is that weird? I'll show you. Do you guys want to see a body? Like I'm going down to the creek to show you this dead body I found. Hold on. All right. Okay, so I would be on stream like this, right? You know. So usually we would film from here up. And I'd be like, hello today, do, right? That's what I'm hiding. Right? Ta-da! Ta-da! I'm doing katas and nobody knows. Nobody knows I'm almost 6 months pregnant. Nobody knew. Whew. I'm tired now. Whew, excuse me. I did the katas while I was pregnant. Yeah, pretty crazy, huh? The baby woke up to justice. What's weird, I've had this sweater forever. I just liked that it's baggy and comfortable because I've always worn baggy clothes on stream. But yeah, So did I consider to wait the whole 9 and spring the baby on like the podcast? So that's a great question. We played with the idea. We're like, wouldn't it be funny? But I was just like, that's a lot of work. And I didn't want you guys to think I was like lying to you. Like I've felt guilty up until now, you know. You think that would be rude to Wooly? I mean, no, because it's a medical issue. So like, I mean, I could keep it a secret forever. Nobody, you know, it's, with all due respect, of course, we love Wooly. Everyone loves Wooly. But like, you know, I don't need to ask his permission to reveal that I'm pregnant, you know. But Wooly would think it was hilarious. But I didn't want yeah, Wooly would not care. We spent an hour with him after the podcast yesterday. He's over the moon for us. He's so sweet. But we played with the idea of just like, because it on one hand, it would make me feel more comfortable in one way. We really like our privacy, insert, you know, etc. But on the other, I didn't want anyone to think I was like just a big fat liar or whatever. And most importantly of all, I didn't want anyone to think that we weren't really proud of, you know, our guy. I didn't want people to think that something was wrong with him or that I wasn't proud of him or myself or Pat or, you know, anything like that. So I was just like, you know, we should probably tell them, you know, and we were going to last week. We were all ready. Like, I was like, okay, go for it, babe. And then he's like, oh shit, Wooly just moved. So he texts me. He's like, hey babe, Wooly just moved. And I was like, that's amazing. Don't fucking do it. Don't fucking do it today. That's bad. Don't do that. That's an asshole move. He's like, no problem. We're not doing it today. Like, that would be so shitty. Like, but the problem was then I was like, oh God, should we wait a couple more weeks? Because I didn't want to do it the next week. Because then it's like, I don't want to steal anyone's thunder. It's wonderful that he moved. I didn't want to be that guy. So, but then we were like, it's been a week. I can't hide it anymore. Like, I don't know how much longer I can keep doing this. So, Susuko, hi. I'm gay. I'm gayer. Remember that? Oh my God. But yeah, no, I just, we made the decision together, me and Pat. We were just like, we're really proud of Pat too. We wanted to share it with you. Can I please read subs? Sure. Oh my God. I guess I probably should, huh? Okay. I will read subs and I will continue yapping. Any name hints or ideas? Real quick, this is so embarrassing. I am really, thank you, Box Shape Boy, appreciate it. I'm really, embarrassingly superstitious. That's also why I'm not going to share the exact day of, the due date. Not because I'm like, and then an angel will come down and blah. It's just, you know, and also only 1 out of 20 women actually gives birth on her due date. There's no point. So and also if he comes early, I don't want people to be like overly concerned or late. So I just want to let you know, basically he will be due, in summer. He is due in summer. But yeah, as far as names, it's I'm superstitious. I think it's best to wait. Did I eat all of that? Jesus Christ. Yeah. So, yeah. How long is the list? The list is pretty short. It's pretty short. Because we were having trouble with boy names. They're tricky. All right, let us give some thanks. I will still keep talking, of course, but I'm also going to, will you and Pat take a break from streaming to adjust to new baby? That's a great question. So yes and no. We've talked about this, but we're still kind of like, things might change. But right now, it's like for sure we're gonna take probably a week off. And then I'm really lucky. We've already built quite a village here. We're very, very lucky in that way. So I've already got people who are going to be there to help us. So yeah, Pat will probably come back after like 5 days or a week or whenever he wants. I might take 2 weeks, because even though like you're totally allowed to breastfeed on Twitch, I don't think I will. I mean, if I do, I'll just be like, hey guys, give me a minute. And then I'll continue streaming like this, Well, here's the problem, right? No, there actually is a reason. So baby will probably need to eat every like 2 hours. It's every 2 to 3 hours that a baby needs to eat. And if I'm sitting here streaming and 2 hours is up and baby's at the house and like really mad and I don't have any breast milk, in a bottle for him, I got to do something about it. So I'll be like, sorry guys, and then I'll just continue like this. And then he'll just eat and you won't have to worry about it. I can also use the VTuber model. That is totally true. But yeah, so you can use a privacy blanket for breastfeeding, which is awesome. I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with that. I mean, I might change. I don't know. Because, like, what if the baby, like, grabs it and moves it and then, like, my whole bazanga's out? You know what I mean? My bazanga, you guys. I don't know if you want to see that. So here's the thing. You won't be banned for that on Twitch. Because a while ago, a woman was breastfeeding her baby and she tried to take necessary precautions, and then she got banned and there was like a big stink about it, which, very well there should be. And so Twitch does allow it as long as you're using your boobs for that purpose. I just don't feel comfortable. I don't want you to have to deal with that weird, I don't want to make you deal with that. So I figure the best compromise is probably that. If I do, which I don't know. We'll figure it out. I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll stream an hour at a time. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out together. Or I'll just make sure that before I start streaming for long periods of time, I'll have a good stash. So, oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna get a bottle warmer. Thank you, Deke Man, but for sure, hell yeah. It would be weird to have someone over and I'm watching a breastfeeding stream. Exactly, like I don't want to do that to you. Will the baby be ginger? Most likely, it is possible. So this is really cool. We did an analysis, or I did because I'm crazy like this. I got, thanks to 23andMe, I got our hands off of our raw DNA files, and I was able to figure out the alleles for hair genes, and I have 3 genes for redheadedness. Pat has 1, but it's like the number 1 strongest gene for having red hair. It's part of the MC1R. His allele is like the strongest, whereas I have also 3. So the likelihood of it being redhead is extraordinarily high, but it's possible. Because would I do a baby shower stream? I don't know. I got asked if I was going to have a shower, and I feel kind of guilty. I don't want to I'm like, everybody buy things for my baby. I don't know. I feel kind of, even like my friends, like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel, you know, like, well, no, I don't even think I'll have I don't think I'm gonna have a shower at all. I just feel guilty, you know? Like, honestly, the only, you know what I want? I want, like, some, like, you know, from my friends and from you guys if you want, like, emotional support. I promise I won't constantly be like, the fucking baby and shit, because I know that's annoying. But yeah, I'm gonna talk about it, and you know, what if you'll be there for me? That'd be cool. So yeah. Anyway, am I worried about postpartum depression? I mean, I'm a little, like, I'm trying to do everything I can to prevent that. Luckily, I already have a therapist, so she's, like, waiting in the wings for that. But also, like, if you are over 30 and are breastfeeding, and have a really good support system, postpartum depression is usually not as common with that group as with other groups. And luckily, I am in that group, so I think it'll be okay, but who knows? Maybe it'll be horrible. I have no idea. Uh-oh. Did this break? Are you guys there? Wah? There we go. Okay, great. There we go. I thought that broke. There we go. Sorry. Thanks, guys. I think I futzed with that a little too much. All right. As long as I'm prepared for the possibility. Oh, listen, I got all the books. I am freakishly prepared. Like, it's annoying. Like, remember, I've been prepping for this for 3-4 years, you know? But I appreciate you checking in with me, for sure. Oh, so our I feel so awkward calling them sexy neighbors now, because they're like our, like, friends. They're like our friends now. But they knew I was pregnant, like, immediately, because we went to the barbecue and I'm wearing my baggy clothes, and she was like, she's like, oh my gosh, do you guys want, like, a beer or anything? And Pat was like, I'll take a beer. And I was like, she said, do you want beer or seltzer? And I was like, I'll have a seltzer. She's like, why are you having seltzer? You're not having a beer. Why aren't you having a beer? Are you pregnant? Is it because you're pregnant? And I'm like, I'm pregnant. And she was like, ah, and she screamed and she hugged me like we were like sisters. She is like the nicest. She's like the best person. She's the greatest. I know I don't have to call them sexy, but like that's kind of how you know who they are. So I guess our beautiful, very, very conventionally attractive neighbors. She's awesome. I really like her. She's like the best. Anyway, I will keep talking about all this stuff, but I will also, I could just call them the neighbors. Yeah, but we have multiple neighbors, and we also talk about all the other neighbors as well. You know, is it true that I am really pregnant? I am pregnant as fuck. I am very pregnant. So, okay, very quickly. Foolish Orion donated $50. This is 6 days ago. Thank you so much. Beautiful, big, and strong. Hope you have a wonderful day, and thank you for being my favorite streamer. I love you. You're a sweetie pie. Thank you. And I give you a kiss. Mwah. Thank you. Thank you. Ranmu692 resub for 40 months. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you two. I believe you and Pat have what it takes to be excellent parents. Zany, but excellent. I mean, we're really excited. I know how we come off on here. Like, we're the most annoying, irresponsible pieces of shit ever. But really, we're just annoying. We're actually pretty responsible. But that's not fun. It's not fun for you to hear about, like, oh, yes, and then I paid my taxes, and I'm paying the mortgage, and I'm doing all this research on how to be the best parent I can be. You don't want to hear that. You want to hear how I ate pie off of the floor. You know what I mean? You don't want to hear how responsible and how I take notes on everything, and my whole life is, strict as an arrow, and I, follow all these stupid rules. You don't want to hear that. It's boring. Floor pie. Tell us about that time you farted in public and embarrassed yourself. And I don't blame you. It's way funnier, way more interesting. Hand turkey, for God's sake. So, but yeah, I think we're going to make mistakes as parents. We're new parents. We're going to make stupid, dumb mistakes. But I think we're going to, we're going to make sure the kid has a lot of agency, but a lot of guidance and, feels good about themselves. Instill the kid with a lot of confidence. Make sure they're loved. Be there for them. It's very easy. As a former nanny, all kids really want is someone who loves them, someone who pays attention to them, and a little bit of structure. And we're going to be obsessed with this kid. Oh my God. Obsessed. Am I cool with having a boy? Was I hoping for a specific sex? I'm, like I said earlier, I was intrigued by the idea of a girl because I mostly had little boys as a nanny. But I think this is way easier for me since I have a lot more experience with boys. So this will be a lot easier, that's for sure. Also, me and Pat, I told him, I was like, we should be so scared if we have a little girl. She will be little girls are so mean. It's really funny, but they're so mean. I mean, all kids are mean, but whew. Sorry, I can't read. How's Elmo with kids? Oh, Elmo loves everybody. Elmo's pretty cool. That's one of the reasons we got Zangief, though. Zangief, we were looking for breeds of dog that were specifically good with everyone, especially children. It got down to English Bulldog or Newfoundland. Are we planning on just one, or are you hoping for more after? Oh, let's just get this one out and figure it out before we start talking about that. Whew. That's a lot. We'll get there. We will get there. Hello, Bone Score. Hello, and thank you for the raid. Much obliged. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to. I don't know why I said. How are you guys prepared if your child is ADHD or autistic? I hope there's good support for that in BC. I mean, I am freakishly overprepared. That's another reason why we moved to BC. I liked the way the healthcare system works here a lot better than in a lot of the other provinces, even though Canadian healthcare is sometimes. So there are a lot of options and alternative schools and alternative help for that kind of thing. So yeah. What's BC, y'all? British Columbia. But yeah, I've thought about that. Did I have a weird gender reveal party that white people do? No, God, no. They were they handed us the blood test and they were like, do you want us to put the sex in an envelope? And we were like, no, just tell us what it is. We don't care. I don't know, gender reveal stuff. I don't know. It's an excuse to have another party and then also a party for the shower. It's just fucking, I don't know. Maybe I'm lame. I don't know. Why are people so weird about how parents choose to celebrate? I mean, listen, you should celebrate anything you want. You should celebrate your pants off as long as it's appropriate. But no, but I don't know. For me, I just was I really don't think I'll even have a shower. Even my neighbors were like, do you want us to host the shower? And I was like, don't worry about it. You know. Wheels97 subscribed. Biggest Dickus the fourth subscribed. Thank you so much. And says, you're not fat, you're just big boned. Thank you. Outermost Ghost resubbed for 45 months in a row. Congratulations. Thank you. Tentavision gifted a five subs. Merci. Honk and Wink. Thank you so much. Apollo's Animation subscribed. Thank you so much. Papa by Grooster resubbed for 3 and said, OMG Congo rats on the baby. Thank you. That's true. Schizocyte says, the shower isn't only everyone handing you presents. Turn it into a fun outdoor barbecue or something. So I spoke with our neighbor, and she, because she kept being like, oh, you should have, a shower. And I was like, how about this? Because they have barbecues a lot. And I was like, well, how about this? Next time you have a barbecue, if people don't want their old baby clothes that they're trying to get rid of, I'll take them, because like newborns grow out of everything. I'm not the kind of person that wants to spend a shitload of cash on like newborn clothes because they grow out of everything. And when I was at the barbecue, like a month or two ago, they were like as soon as I was like, oh, I'm pregnant, everyone's like, do you need baby clothes? Do you need these baby things? I have a million baby things for you. And I was like, oh my God, thank you. So I'm like, shit, yeah, I'll take your stuff. Shit. We already have like 3 bags of baby clothes here. Cause people were like, here, please take it. Cause they grow out of everything so fast and then it just piles up. And to me, it's like, my newborn's going to grow out of everything so quick. I assume you wash them. No, I was just going to make sure they were caked in shit and vomit. I mean, they're already washed, but I'm going to wash them again. Yeah, no, our washer is pretty good. It has it's really nice. It has a, really amazing sanitation cycle that's like 3 hours long. It's fabulous. So don't even worry about that. Don't worry. No, it's okay kicking. It's all right. I don't mind the questions. How'd the grandparents react? They're so happy. They're very happy. Cloth or disposable diapers? That is a great question. Complicated though. What the hell is this? Oh, it's a pickle. It's like, why is it wet? Does the baby kicking hurt? Guys, my baby has been kicking forever. Like during DMC, I'm like playing and I'm like, fuck, don't react. Like the baby's been kicking forever. It sucks. It's not, it doesn't hurt that much, but it's very distracting. So basically anytime that I'm bad at games lately, it's because of the baby. During this stream, oh yeah. Oh, I just got pickle juice everywhere. Great, gross. Oh yeah. He's been kicking. It's super weird. It's like, I explained this to someone the other day. It's like, imagine that your tummy is like a tent and there's a tiny little baby kitten poking their tiny little, like going like this very softly all of the time. That's what it's been feeling like. Although in the last week it's gotten harder and I'm just sitting there and all of a sudden it's like, and it feels like it jerks me around. Like I was like this and I was like, oh, that's so weird. Very bizarre. Oh shoot, I missed a question. Poop. Do you have any nieces or nephews, or is this the first grandchild on your side of the family? I have half sisters that we're not related at all. But they're great and I like them a lot. But they're like 30 years older than me. And they had one of them had a boy and he is now like 26. So that is my dad's first grandchild. But technically this is the first one for 3 out of the 4 of the grandparents. Tiger Cat Go resub for 35 months. Congrats on Pat 2 the sequel. Glad you two enjoyed the animatic I made. It was amazing. It was fucking amazing. It was amazing. If you guys, if you want to see some amazing shit, go to my Twitter. Some of you guys are so creative. All of you are so creative. Thank you so much. go to my Twitter. We've retweeted some awesome fan art and also amazing video that Christina Drawn put up, that the Lion King one. It's so good. I wanted to put it up here, but I'm incompetent and I wasn't sure how to do it before the stream. So, but next stream I'm gonna put it up as like my third intro. It's so good. You're amazing, Christina. Always amazing. Texas Tofu resubbed 52 months in a row. Congrats, Mom. Are you going to stream the birth? I missed the conception stream. I mean, I don't even know. I feel like, just in case something happens, I feel like I should probably like tweet like, hey guys, it's go time. If I die, don't wait up. You know, like, I don't know. I don't even know if you'll know. I'm not going to stream the birth. Oh my God. I'm not going to stream the birth. I just mean like, I don't even know. I don't know. Maybe I'll send like a tweet that's like, it's happening. But like, I don't even know if I'll do that. So I do apologize if I just suddenly, like, there's a picture of like a baby's hand holding my finger or something. I am not going to stream the birth. Nah, like, I don't even think we're going to video it. It's just going to be me screaming and yelling at Pat. So just like look at one of our old just look at one of our old videos and it's basically that. It's going to be like that. It's going to be very traumatic. It'll be awesome. I'm really looking forward to it, actually. I have an extraordinarily high pain tolerance. I have almost died many times. Many times. I got a spinal tap back when I had encephalitis and meningitis. And I said to the doctor, I said, is it in? And I'm like 17 years old and he looks at me and he's like, first time anyone's ever told me that. And we were like, but like, it didn't feel like much. And spinal taps hurt, but I was just like, meh. That's what she said. To a 17-year-old, he didn't know I was 17. He didn't know. He was just there. He was a technician. And also, when I was 17, I looked older then than I do now. So it's not like he's like, let me check your age before I make this stupid joke. You know, it wasn't meant to be like that. Nice guy. Winter Titan resub for 29 months. Hey, Paige, I just want you to know, when you said pretty much every move we've made since before COVID has been for him last night, I teared up and almost started crying. You two are wonderful people. Everything has been for him. Everything. Everything leading up to, you know, this point is for him. Yeah. You know? And it's, oh, God, it's hard because for the first, especially 12 weeks, I purposefully was not bonding because I was so scared. So it's planned. That's surprising. Thank you, Mickey Biggs. This baby's been planned for like 4 years, my brother. You turd. Oh, you don't need to time him out. It's fine. He's just being a turd. But yeah, you know, the first 12 weeks, I was so scared to bond too much because, you know, the first 12 weeks, it's dangerous for baby. I was scared. If something happened, I didn't want to be so, you know, invested that, you know, my heart would break. I mean, you know, it's horrible. It's a very emotional time. So I was really trying hard and, you know, but like, he got me anyway. What's the closest you came to leaking to chat? I think I was fighting Nevin in DMC, and I think you have to shoot her in the belly, and I was like, I was like, I think I even did. I think I was like, that was uncomfortable for me. I didn't like that. But yeah, I didn't. I think I did. I think I went, oh, not good. Oh, no. I mean, I wouldn't have liked it anyway, but at the same time, I was just like, don't need any of that shit. Yeah, avoid the reboot. Yeah, I figured. That's fine. Take it breezy resubbed. Thank you. Daku75 resubbed for 19. Goat meal resubbed for 31. Congratulations. Wishing your family all the happiness in the world. Thank you. We're very excited. I'm very pleased, very excited. Oh, excuse me. No, I didn't want to burn down half of North America just to be like, it's a boy. Like, you know. If we did any kind of gender reveal, it would be like, I don't know. It would be like us on stream cutting a cake and then it's blue or something like that. Nothing crazy. Like, I think, listen, if you want to celebrate the gender, the sex, I think it's awesome. If I did, it would be something like, Pat, no, we do not burn down the forest. We will not be burning down the, oh shit, it's 3:40. Fuck, okay. I'm just yapping away. Thanks for listening, guys. Karenite resub for 6 months in a row. Thank you. Congrats, Paige. You and Pat will be kick-ass parents. I don't know if we will kick ass, but we will have a good time, and baby will have a good time, and everything will be good. Will Pat drive me to the hospital? Yeah. So that's why I wanted Pat to learn to drive. It was part of the plan. But he didn't do it. So Uber or, well, no, because then it would be, because then what if I like got stuff on the seat? I wouldn't want to do that. So I would probably just call an ambulance or whatever. That's right, Pat. I'm calling you out. Has Pat been reading up on the dad jokes yet? You've heard him. They're getting worse than ever. Drive myself, that too dangerous for me. No, too dangerous for me. If like other women can, that's fucking awesome. Hell yeah. But like, ambulance is $500. I'm insured to the gills. It'll be fine. I am insured out of my ass. It's fine. Isn't the ambulance free in Canada? No, in fact, healthcare is free in Canada. The ambulance is a fee, even to Canadians. But I don't think it's that much. I don't know for sure though, but I know there is a fee. But I'm heavily insured. So we're good. Sucker Punch Sid resub for 60 months. Hey, congrats on the baby. I'm so excited for you. Sending lots of big and strong love for the big and strong mama. Thank you. Much obliged. Thank you so much. Joss Not For Lewd resubbed for 6 months. Congrats on being pregante. How many subs to name him Spaghetti Meatball? Listen, God, you know, my favorite thing in the world to do is go to the subreddit Name Nerds Circle Jerk, where they like shit all over names and stuff, and it's really funny. Some of it can be a little cruel, but a lot of it's funny. I'm not going to name the baby Spaghetti Boivin, though. We're not going to do that. His name is Baseball Guys, duh. Idsy Man resub for 76 months in a row. Congrats on the big news. I was surprised to hear the news, especially with how far along you are. So happy for the both of you. Hope the new baby can get along with the old babies. Oh, yeah, Elmo doesn't care. And Elmo's basically like a mushroom, and Zangief loves everybody, so it'll be fine. It's very sage advice. Resub for 17 months. You and Pat are going to be such good parents. Oh, you guys are really nice. Thank you. I hope so. Seeing Max become a dad was one of the most precious things I've seen. Can't wait to see that with y'all. Much love and wish you the best. Yeah, I know Max is a good parent. Might have to message him and be like, do you have any advice? Are you considering any unisex or neutral names? Trying to think through the list. I think we have some. I don't recall off the top of my head. Yeah, Pat's baseball is neutral. That is true. You guys going to do the thing where you teach the kid a second language? Absolutely. Oh, 100%. It's just now, I think Pat even mentioned this on the podcast. Now the kid can choose if he wants to learn French. There's plenty of French immersion programs here, but there are also plenty of other immersion programs here. So, yeah. So he can have his pick. But yeah, I absolutely do want him to learn a second language. That's one of my biggest regrets, is that I didn't I never became fluent in a second language. Knight1210 gifted 5 subs. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. Honk and oink for you, my dear. Thank you. Carcosa444 resubbed. Sorry, used 500 bits. Excuse me. Hey, Peach, first time being active in chat. Thank you. Glad to have you. I've been a fan of you and Pat for the past 8 years. Wishing you both the best. Oh my God. So you've been there since the beginning. Well, thank you. Glad to have you. Right? Leon. Just so I'm going to name the kid Leon just so I can go, Leon. Grimlock Fly used 500 bits. Damn, can't believe chat was right about Peach being pregnant for years. Guys, I've been pregnant for like 6-7 years. It's crazy. It's absolutely bananas. Nocturne November resub for 20 months. Big congrats to you and Pat. Little guys already pointing to the stars. I died. So the kid really likes doing this. And I'm like, oh my God, is the kid crazy talk? Because the ultrasound we showed you has him doing this. And then weeks later, I got a 4D private ultrasound that's not diagnostic. It's purely for like glamour shots. But we didn't get good shots, so I'm getting them redone in a couple weeks. But he loves doing this. And pointing around. It's so adorable. So 4D is, you can look them up. They're 4D ultrasounds. They're wild. Like, that's how I could tell. We only got to see like a bit of baby's face. He wouldn't turn around. Because he's number 1. But like I could see just from this bit, I was like, oh my God, that baby looks like Pat's baby pictures. I'm like, oh my God. So the doctor said his his measurements are in the 20th percentile for his legs. And I was like, is that okay? He's like, well, yeah, considering, you are shorter and have shorter legs and your husband is shorter and has shorter legs. So, and also it's totally within the normal range. I'm like, oh, I see. He goes also because it is still early. He's like, sometimes you'll see things in like the 10 or 20th percentile. And then 10 weeks later, it's in like the 30th or 40th percentile. So he's like, who knows? I'm like, no. Thank you, but we already know. No, it's all right. He's going to be a swimmer. Just like his mom. Oops. There we go. Oh, does percentile mean size? So, really quick, when they measure during the 20th week ultrasound, which is the big anatomy scan, the most important scan of the pregnancy, they measure certain parts of the brain, the heart, make sure everything's there, et cetera, et cetera. And they'll tell you certain things of the percentile. You want it as close to the 50th percentile as possible. He is in the 50th percentile in every way, because anything past that is larger, anything below that is smaller. That doesn't mean anything bad per se, depending on the body part. It just means that it's smaller or larger. 50% is more like the textbook average. He is in the 50th percentile in almost everything, except for his legs, which are at 20%, and his belly, which is at 90%. So he is well fed, and he's a wee boy. Little wee boy. That is how baby is formed. Sleepy Coffee resub for 54 months. May the coming of the Paige Pat lineage prosper in this new age. I hope you name him Baseball. We have kind of nicknamed him Baseball a little bit. I mean, we call him all kinds of things. I kind of call him the guy. He's my guy. Because I call Elmo my guy. He's like, there's my guy. My favorite little guy. Hewlett Fan 96 resubbed for 11 months in a row. Congratulations on the huge news. I'm so happy that you finally made such a huge decision. I hope Pat's pregnancy goes well and his son is as big and strong as his mother. Thank you. Thank you. Papabi Grooster resubbed for gifted 5 subs. Oink and a honk. Thank you so much. Papa Bye Grooster. I'm butchering your name. I apologize. Queequeg says, I was in the 95th percentile of birth weight and height. Aren't you like 1,000,000 feet tall, though, Queequeg? You're like super, super tall. Oh, why baseball? Hey, Pat, will you tell them why baseball? Pat wanted to name our child Baseball. If we ever had a child, I think. I think that's where it comes from. Joshman VGH resubbed for 21 months. Congratulations on your new adventure into ginger manufacturing. May the new child be the true daywalker. All of his parents' strengths, none of their weaknesses, big and strong. Thank you so much. Betting pool for baby's weight. Oh, I bet it'll be like 6 pounds, 8 ounces. That's my guess. It's going to be something like that. Because I think that's about how much me and Pat weighed. We were both almost identical. No, excuse me. Oh, he wanted a dog when he was a kid and name it Baseball. It's a good name. Better name for a dog. ND Filter resubbed for 26 months. Congrats on the future baby. Very happy for you and Pat. What are you most and least excited for as a future mother? Will I lie about Santa? That's a good question. I am most excited for so many things, actually. I'm most excited for just like learning their personality. I'm so excited to know who they are, if that makes sense. Like even if we're very different from one another, I'm just really, really excited to know him, you know, and to look at him, you know, my son. That's so fucking crazy. Never speak to me or my son ever again. And then my least favorite is dealing probably with other moms. Like not all other moms, but just like, you know what I mean? The judgment of being a mom, because everything is a judgment. If you breastfeed, you're judged. If you don't, you're judged. If you mix and match, you're judged. You know, those kind of moms, not moms in general. I've made a ton of mom friends already, so I'm really excited. But I think you know what I mean. And then will I lie about Santa? I remember when I was young, I remember being like, I would never lie to my kid about the tooth fairy and Santa and blah, blah, blah. You're judged for breastfeeding? Oh yeah, big time. It goes every which way. It's a whole thing. I'll tell you guys more about it as it happens, because it will. But now that I'm older, so when I was a kid, they, you know, oh, Santa, do. And then when I was 5, 6, I looked at my mom and I was like, you know, I was thinking about it, and Santa's not real, is he? And my mom's like, no, Santa in the, you know, sense of us being real is not, you know, the case. But like Santa is like the spirit of Christmas. But in general, yeah, no, we totally put your presents out. I'm paraphrasing. She did not phrase it like that. It's not like my mother was like, yes, the corporeal form of Santa. But she told me, she's like, yeah, and I just went, okay. And then I wasn't upset about it at all. I was like, all right. You know. I mean, it's more the way they find out and how, you know, I think if you continue to go, no, he's real. I think as soon as they start to figure it out, you know. So, I don't know. But it might change. These are just my thoughts now. Who knows? These are just my thoughts now. That's the beauty of it. I could feel differently in a couple years. Docu75 donated $5. This pregnancy is sponsored by HelloFresh. Really, though, I'm tearing up a little and genuinely happy for you, too. Thank you so much. Bye, HelloFresh. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Teach your child early on that you will lie to them. See, y'all are getting judgy already. No, it's not that you're lying to them. It's, you know, the idea that like, hey, magic is cool. And then as they grow up, they're like, hey, I don't know if that's magic. And you're like, you're right, it's not magic. But it's the feeling and the spirit of Christmas, you know. Also, lying to children is hilarious. For instance, Pat told me this and I was like, that's so fucked, but it's really funny. His magic is great unless it hates trans people. What do you mean? Does Santa hate trans people? What is it? What do you mean? I'm confused. Oh, Harry Potter. Oh my God, Harry Potter. Sorry, I did not. It didn't register to me. It's fine. I was just like, what do you mean magic? That went over my head. Where was I going with that? Damn it, I was on my way somewhere. Well, my brain's gone now. That's fine. I think I was going somewhere. Damn. Amon Mar Gaming subscribed. Thank you so much. Oh, right. Lying to children. So, lying to children. So, Pat told me how his dad told him how, Pat, chocolate milk comes from brown cows. So, Pat was like, okay, yeah, because Pat worshipped his dad growing up and still does. And he believed that for a long time. Long time. So funny. Like he told me how old he was when he finally figured it out, and I was like, all right. Did Pat Jr. take your brain? Can't take what's not there. Hey, come on now. It's not funny, fucking brown cow. But like things like that, it's funny, it's cute. I'm never gonna lie to my kid about something that is pertinent to them or important or serious or, unless they're 5 years old and can't understand that something truly serious, You know what I mean? I feel like, But brown cow make chocolate milk? Hilarious. Totally on board with that. SKM742 resub for 44 months. Yay, baby, yay. Thank you. Shikari21 resub for 7 months. Yo, no way. I know, right? Totally way. Do you have a selection of movies to teach your child morals and values, or am I just crazy for having that? No, not at all. I mean, that's tricky. I mean, not at the moment. I definitely plan on showing them Miss Rachel, though. Miss Rachel and Bluey for sure. Miss Rachel does speech work with babies and children, and it's fucking awesome. Miss Rachel rules, and she's considered not even to be screen time for most children. Also, Bluey fucking rules. Bluey's crazy. I'm not gonna show my children any Weesing or Candy Mountain because they'll start doing drugs. Orphan Crippler subscribed. Thank you. What a username. Ranryu692 gifted us up to Diana. Thank you. Knight1210 used 500 bits and said, here's more money for the college fund. I'm so happy for you guys. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That's the other thing. I've already saved up for it's called the RESP in Canada. It's part of a college fund for college or just general education for kids. I've already saved up some money for that, so that's really good. So thank you. I really appreciate that. How's it going, babe?
Hey, Mama. What up?
I am still giving thanks. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to make you late or anything.
You bastard.
I am a bastard. I'm sorry. Do you want to hang out?
So I announced that my stream was in 15 minutes, and somebody tweeted at me, yeah, there's no fucking chance.
Yeah, my bad.
Dumbass. I'm like,
sorry. That's my bad.
I'll just sit over here and guilt you.
That's fine. You're going to stand there?
Yeah.
Or why don't you just sit here and guilt me? What's the point of standing?
It's funner that way.
It's not funner that way.
Also, it smells like Greek yogurt here.
Yeah, that's not. It's tzatziki, Patrick.
Whatever.
Tzatziki. It's different.
Greeks don't even know a yogurt.
Anyway. Mongorific resub for 7 months. I'm crying. I'm so happy for you guys. Thank you. We're very happy. So Tetsu resub for 22 months. I'm so happy for you. Congratulations. Chat would make a pretty good middle name. Just saying. Guys, will you be my baby's godparent? That means, though, if Pat and I die, that means you guys have to take him. So, collectively. Megboy Manual donated $5. Hey, yo, MILF Paige. Oh, my God. Stop it. Stop it. Go on. Also, when your kid becomes a streamer, can I get dibs on making their VTuber? I got you. Yes, you can. Thank you. That would be so cute. Thank you. Ecto1A2003 resub for 5 months. I'm so happy for you. Oh, Jesus, careful, babe.
That was faster than I thought.
Parenthood is so different, but not in the ways you expect. The best advice I can give is don't be afraid to do things your way. Wanting a C-section is fine. Want to feed formula? Do it. We love you, and we're proud of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I was telling them earlier about how, like...
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah, oh, you were there? Yeah.
Well, no, I wasn't here.
Oh, well, you know what I mean.
I have the stream on in the house.
I was telling them about how you thought brown cow meant chocolate milk.
I thought that till I was like 10.
You told me 13.
Whatever it was, man. I don't... So... Whenever it's like that long ago, I just pick a number that seems legit. The important thing is that I'm willing to tell you I was way too old.
You can't just pick numbers.
Yeah, you
out
can.
of thin air.
I did.
No, I know
No one stopped me.
you literally can, but that's like you being like, oh, it was 10 days after ovulation. It was 3. I know because I wrote everything down.
Paige, numbers aren't important in a story.
Oh my God.
That's why whenever you say the fish was this big, and they're like, I don't think it was that big, then the next time you tell the story, the fish was this big.
Reminds me of the time you first told me about your dick. Psychman1313 resub for 15 months. Congrats on Patron 3000 Jr. Thank you. My cousin Vinny resub for 4 months. Thank you.
Well, I had to tell you it was smaller than it was so it wouldn't scare you. So you wouldn't be scared.
I was scared for so many other reasons.
Oh, no.
ABC is masked. Resub for 13 months. It's your baby. Get it when you need it. Thank you.
What?
Yeah, I opened it up and went, ah.
You opened it
Yeah,
up?
I opened up your zipper and I pulled down your pants and I was like, oh my God, what happened? Like that. Do you remember?
I was in the pool.
Oh, God. I unzipped his whole dick. Osprey Works donated $5. Congratulations to you and Pat. It's been so fun watching you two for the last few years. You're going to be such fantastic parents. You guys are so nice. Thank you.
No, it's a Seinfeld joke.
It's a
It's
a Seinfeld joke.
It's a Seinfeld.
I mean, we're going to do our best and we'll make mistakes and we'll have fun and, you know, I think we'll be okay parents, right? We'll as long as we care and we're there. And
the important thing is that we don't make any horrible fuck-ups more than 5 or 10 times.
That's true. Our limit's 5. 5 really bad fuck-ups. And every time we do one, we have to, like, cut our hand and put one, like, scratch mark on the wall.
Like, my dad horribly fucked up.
You know what I mean?
And I'm terrified of lobsters now for the rest of my life.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Right? And
yeah.
that's not the end of the world, but you can't make too many of those. Terrified of lobsters.
Well, my mom made a mistake on accident. This was not her fault, but it's why I'm scared of bees, because she ran into the house like screaming and flailing. Well, actually, that's not why I'm afraid of bees, but it was the initial reason. Screaming and patting herself down because a giant hornet was attacking her. But because I witnessed it, and I was like 20 feet away, I'm like slapping myself too. I know, how dare she slap at the hornet, but you know what I mean. And so I saw that and I was scared of hornets, but then of course I was also attacked by hornets.
And your mother locked the door.
And my mother locked the door and said, see? No, that's a joke.
Said, I'm not coming out till you fight those hornets off.
That's not what happened. She did not lock the door. I don't know where she was. I can't remember.
She was driving away.
Ecto hasn't dropped her daughter yet. Good job, Mama. You did it. Shark and Stereo was up for 3 months. Happy Pat Babby. Thank you. Doctor75 donated 5. Just an idea. If you have the name picked, you could put a straw poll with a bunch of names and see if chat can guess the name you picked.
That's interesting.
Yeah. RoboToken used 500 bits. Paige, it's okay not to share everything with your fans, especially during first few months of pregnancy. We just want you to have... We just want you... Bleh. We just want to wish you a happy and healthy pregnancy. Congrats on the new addition to the Ginger household. Thank you.
Hey, Paige.
Really appreciate it. Yeah.
I saw this comment earlier.
Oh, yeah?
And now seeing the person making fun of it. Pat, did you get Peach pregnant to one-up Woolie's moving reveal? The timing was suspicious. I think that's the funniest stupid shit. You're right. 22 weeks ago, after years of planning, I got my wife pregnant. A biological process that we don't fully control in order to... steal Woolie's thunder for the move that I didn't know was happening.
I still can't believe Woolie didn't tell us.
Oh, I can't believe. Oh.
Oh, so
how could he have done this?
we're very happy. I was in the stream earlier, Woolly's stream, and there's like an opening shot, and it looks really great, and the new setup looks awesome. I'm really excited for him. Like, it looks good.
You're still not done your food?
No, because I don't want to eat, like, I want to be like, on
I
stream.
brought this food to you over an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, well, it's fine. All right. The Blue Warden resubbed for 21 months in a row. Howdy, Paige. Congratulations. I'm so excited for you and Pat. You're going to be the coolest parents. No.
I will be the coolest parent.
I don't think we'll be the coolest parents. I appreciate you, and I think you are very sweet.
I'll be like, hey, Pat,
I don't know if we'll be the coolest. Oh yeah, something I'm really looking forward to is the little kid walking over and be like, Mom, Dad, look what I can do, look what I can do. And then we have to go, whoa,
wow,
whoa,
my God,
that's holy,
Careful
oh
with
my
that.
God, right?
Ooh.
I'm so excited for that. I'm so excited.
Try not to like just corpse super
Yeah, just to
hard.
be like, what is that? You know what I mean? Like, that's fucking sick, kid.
Wow,
He's
that's
like doing
incredible.
his katas. I'm excited for that. Truan, resub for 34 months. Happy to hear the good news. Much obliged to you. The giant rat that makes all of the rules donated $5. Holy crap, congratulations on the preggerts. Any solid contenders for the baby name? Yes, we have. We have the list.
But they're not for you.
But they're not for you yet. But if you do have, any suggestions for names, I'm open to them. Please feel free to tweet them at me, even if they're jokes. But if they're serious too, why not? Are you guys going to need a swear jar? That's one of those things we're still trying to figure out.
Maybe the kid will just have to deal with being cool.
I mean, so my main family I worked with back when I nannied, their family had a policy that I really liked. Like I really liked everything about her parenting style. I just loved her. She basically was like, she cursed like a sailor. She's like, I'm going to curse all I want. But I will tell them that these are like mommy and daddy's words, and they cannot say them. Oh, holy shit, Pat. Are you all right?
No.
And you cannot say them. And then when they get older, she was like, I'll tell them that they can say them at home, and they can say like,
But not at people.
but not at people. Right? So you can't be like,
If you hurt your foot, at home you can
say fuck, but you can't say fuck you.
Not to me anyway.
Right.
You say it to your mother all you want.
Yeah. But I don't know. I mean here. Yeah. Thanks. Here's the thing.
Oh, like that'll play.
We can say all these things right now, but they're gonna change depending on the kid. Our feelings might change, etc. So.
You see, kid, being at home is like being in Australia.
No.
Words don't mean the same.
All right. Fanciful Fright resubbed for 4 months. Big congrats on drinking mustard for 2 now, Peaches. Thank you. Daku75 donated $5. You okay? Donated $5. Congratulations on your second skeleton. So one of the ultrasound pictures I wanted to show you guys, but I was like,
You can see the skeleton.
like they call it the Terminator face. It's one of the they kind of need to get the full face of the bone of the baby so that they can make sure everything's forming properly, and it looks like a skeleton in my body. It's bananas.
That's crazy that you have a skeleton.
Do you two believe in spanking? Absolutely not.
Nah, not really.
Absolutely not. I was spanked once as a child.
Oh, really? Me too. Just the once.
It was not by my parents.
Oh, that's weird.
It was my mom and my dad were at my dad's church, and I was at the daycare. I was like 1 year old, and the lady down there, this creepy old lady, told my mom I had to spank your daughter because she wouldn't listen, but after that she was fine. And my mom,
holy shit,
my mom is fucking crazy. She'll kill you. Like, she's bananas. And like, she just was like, you did what, you bitch? And like, this isn't like a church. And she's just like, and the old lady she grabs my child and she's like, you assaulted my daughter. Like, I am going to the priest right now. You are going to be fired. And she was like, it's just like, what the fuck? Like, absolutely bananas. My mom used her Karen powers for good. But yeah, apparently I was spanked. It was only once.
I was only spanked once, and it was one spank.
Oh yeah.
And it was when I was like 4.5, because I wanted some bullshit, and my mom wouldn't give it to me, and I'm like, I hate you, you're stupid, and my mom was upset and she cried. My dad came home and was like, you don't talk to your mother like that. It gave me one swat on the bottom.
Karen of light. I like that.
I wasn't even like upset. I was confused.
Will I be a Karen? I mean, if it were in that case, I think I would be in jail. No, I'm kidding. But I would probably do the same thing. I think that's a perfectly reasonable time to, go ape shit. But
it's wild because like my brother and sister, they dealt with spankings, but because their mom was francophone, they were not spanked. Instead, their mom would chase them around the house with the good old fashioned wooden spoon.
Oh yeah.
And they turned out great. No, wait, they didn't. One did.
Yeah, I think
the other not so much.
I don't consider that actual Karen behavior either. I think that's more like mama bear energy, but I mean, I hope not. I'm hoping I instill a lot of like agency in my kid and make sure that he feels like supported, that if something is happening to him, that he feels safe enough to like, fight back if someone's hurting him or bullying him to the point where he is in physical danger.
Hey, listen, Pat Jr., I can't tell you what to do, but I can tell you that even the biggest bully will fall over if you kick him in the back of the knees.
Well, okay, maybe not gonna go for the throat, but maybe like, trip him or something. Listen, my kid's gonna be like 5'2" tops. I'm making sure that kid knows judo. Like, don't worry. There's a judo studio that I know of that I'm already looking into for by the time he turns 5. I'm like, I want to make sure he knows how to grapple.
Who the fuck throws scissors, dude? You see that? Sister has a scar underneath from a pair of scissors being thrown at her because she was naughty.
Oh my god. I'm so sorry.
Ever?
I'm sorry, baby. Oh my god.
Scissors is like causing someone else to run with scissors.
My goodness. Also, our kid's gonna talk a lot of shit.
Yeah,
So if someone
worried about that.
If someone bullies him, he'll just call him pussy no balls, make him cry. But only as a last resort.
I am so ready for the biggest lie I've ever told in my life. I have no idea where he could have heard that language.
Oh my god, he must have gotten that from the television.
From the internet.
Oh my god.
I've never heard him say that ever. That's crazy.
That's so terrible.
Oh, wow.
Oh no. It must have been those TikToks. Right. Oh my god. They then play the clip of us saying the exact words, right? Super C37 resub for 71 months. Mrs. Saliva, is it true that Paige 2 the sequel is now in development? I can confirm that I am the producer for Pat 2 the sequel.
I just had this image page of like us going like your son said that Mrs. Smith was a dumb bitch that didn't know nothing about geography. And I'm like, I have no idea where he.
And I'm gonna go.
And then they're gonna pull up the clip of me on Paige's stream going, man, Pat Jr.'s teacher, man, she's a dumb bitch. She don't know nothing about geography. I'm like, that must be a deep fake.
So
they should make a law. Now, I disagree with one thing that you said.
Okay.
I do not respect other people's decisions as a parent.
Oh,
now that I will be a parent, I am going to take this as the opportunity. Because when you criticize people's decisions with their kids, and they're like, you can't say shit because you're not a parent. Well, I'm a parent now, so fuck you. You're doing it stupid. You should have done it my way.
Oh, hey, Fino the Best says hi from Melbourne. Hey, I love Melbourne. I lived there for a while. Melbourne's awesome. I love Melbourne. So I hope you're having a good day in Melbourne. Or good night? Morning? What time is it for you? But yeah, no, I appreciate that, you smug bastard. I appreciate you.
You're pregnant with twins?
Are you? Get the fuck out. Congratulations. Are you really? That's fabulous. I told them how I was worried, like not worried bad, but just like, oh my God, what if we had twins?
Then there would be two
Piss
of them.
myself. There'd be 2 of them. Oh my God, there's 2 of them. Pregnant with twins. You got that double feature. How exciting. Oh, that's so exciting. Arciel Ardor used 500 bits. Congrats on the kid. Y'all gonna be great parents. I hope
Here's
so.
hoping.
Here's hope. Fingers crossed. Bailey Gaming donated $5. Congratulations, Paige and Pat. I'm so happy for you both. You got any names considered yet? Don't have to say what they are. We do have the list. We will take suggestions on Twitter. Excuse me. Huefel donated $12.43 and said, massive congrats to you and Pat, longtime lurker, but with the announcement, I may as well grow some balls and donate to my favorite stream. Oh my gosh, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
There's another pretty good stream coming up.
I myself am a lurker.
Whenever.
I usually just kind of appear and just kind of watch silently and then go away. Kurgash resubbed for 76 months in a row. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you. Thank you. Mildly Eccentric resubbed for 3 months. My most heartfelt congratulations to you and Pat. I'm glad y'all are in a place you can be happy, especially given the news. We are. We're so happy. Krillin Me Slowly resubbed for 23 months. Congrats, Paige. So happy for you guys. Elmo and Geef will be such great big brothers. They will be.
I'm super jealous of the baby for getting to grow up as a tiny baby with like a hideous, fat, slobbering dog.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no,
Yeah.
like babies get to have dogs that are the size of horses.
Yeah.
By comparison.
You're naming the babies Poppy and Rose? Oh, that's so cute. I love the name Poppy. That's so sweet.
You grew up with bulldogs? Oh, that rules, Queequeg.
That's so awesome. Have we looked into attachment styles? Oh yeah, trust me. I have read all the.
Gonna put an ACOG on that baby.
We're gonna make sure he has a very secure attachment style for sure. I mean, we'll do our best certainly, but personalities and all that. But we're gonna make sure he's just very loved and given a lot of attention, and we're also gonna tell him
That joke was
brown
so
cow's
stupid.
chocolate milk. Reaped Psyche resub for 60 months. Thank you so much. That's 5 years. Oh my god. Wait.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Well,
That's a
the
lot.
stupid shit American women name their kids definitely not the. Oh man.
Oh man.
Oh, get ready for trade.
Oh yeah. Oh, so good. I'm naming my child Renesmee. Thank you.
Oh man.
Taylor. Oh god. So I was telling them earlier how I'm on the I like looking at Name Nerds Circle Jerk. So there's a Reddit subreddit called Name Nerds, which is great, really cool, and very enjoyable. And that one's just like, oh, names, but some of them are just like, you're gonna name your child what? And so Name Nerds Circle Jerk makes fun of those and just kind of weird names in general. And like I said earlier, it's kind of mean-spirited sometimes, but some of them are like, okay, yeah, Utah baby names, come on. Very funny. They're very funny.
The most important thing that we're trying to keep in mind is that we're not naming a baby. We're naming a future adult.
We're naming a person, and that's going to be something we'll very heavily take into account.
Chris and Matt? Yeah, you know what? That wasn't a big worry. I don't think I was going to name the baby either of those.
Aslan. Aslan. Gabe Sweetman resub for 32 months. Congratulations, Paige. Pat 2 the sequel is going to have a kick-ass childhood out in BC. Being around all that nature will be super healthy for them. If it's not too personal to answer, how long after committing to this decision did it take to conceive? Or to put another way, is Pat as powerful as he claims?
About 5 minutes.
Yeah. Like it was crazy. We played Jenga, and then I flipped upside down and put my legs on the wall. And sat there for 30 minutes, and then it was done.
Still think that was overkill.
I thought it was funny. So you don't need to do that to get pregnant. You don't need to do a handstand. But I always told myself when I was in my 20s and 30s, early 30s, I was like, whenever I do the deed to have a child, I'm totally going to do the leg wall move. I'm totally going to do it.
As long as you're not having sex in a pool, you're good, Paige.
Oh, come on. We were joking the other day how people actually think that fucking in a pool keeps you from getting
that's why you
pregnant.
don't need to use a condom in the pool. Because you can't get pregnant when you have sex in the pool.
So allegedly, the idea is if you do that. Yeah, I totally Lebowski'd it. Because I love Julianne Moore. Yeah, it's like in The Big Lebowski. So... Oh, it's gone now. I was talking... Oh.
ADHD
Right,
and
there it is.
pregnancy combined.
There it is. So... Sorry, I was searching for it. So I flipped and put my legs on the wall, and you have to stay... You don't have to do it. But I just did it for fun. But allegedly, you do it for 30 minutes. Because it takes about 15, 20, 30 minutes for the sperm to meet the egg. It's like that fast. You can be pregnant that fast. It's crazy. Worked. I don't know. I don't think that had anything to do with it. I just wanted to do it because I did it and I was like, hey, look at me. And Pat was like rolling his eyes.
I'm rolling my eyes now.
Nope, bad guy. Resub for 17 months. Congrats on your baby, Paige. Man, we sure have come a long way since don't send me babies in the mailbag. We still have baby Ashley, by the way. She's actually in the bedroom. She saw it. No, she didn't. She's in the closet. Black Mage 66652 resub for 20 months. Congrats on carrying fuck Boivin the second. He shall be a majestically short orb. He could still grow.
It's possible.
The men. So here's something interesting. The men on my mom's side are all really, really, really tall. Sorry, that's my B. This might be my B. All the men on my mom's side are like 6 feet and up. All the men on my dad's side, kind of closer to 5'5". Then everybody on Pat's is like 5'2", 5'3". So my mom's like, well, maybe he'll get my boy jeans. And I'm like, I don't know. I am carrying big and low, though, so who knows? All right, I get it. I'm getting the message. I got the message.
Would you believe I asked Paige 5 times today if she wanted me to delay the stream?
Well,
and she was like, no.
You could have delayed it. Anyway, I'm not here to tell you what to do. Jaden Cyrus up for 70 months. Hey, Jaden Cyrus. Paige, congratulations. What exciting times. I look forward to continuing supporting you, Pat, and now 3 babies. Thank you so much. We were laying in bed last night, and I was like, oh, my God, I've got my 4 babies here. I got my 4 boys. My 4 little boys.
Yeah, thank God you hit it off real friendly with the neighbor, because your whole life is boys.
I know. God. Everybody's a boy. Aw, stinky boys. Black Mage. 66652 used 500 bits. Pat the second, you were conceived after the sexy neighbors gave us a pie that he had to eat off the floor, and here's me and your father fighting over a ham sandwich. Floor pie was just before, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, was I pregnant during floor pie? Inkwell 1932 used 500 bits. Hi Paige, just wanted to pop in and say congratulations on your upcoming kiddo. Thank you. Funnily enough, my younger brother is expecting a kid in July, and I'm going to be an uncle soon. My sister told me this while she was high a few months ago, and I nearly had a panic attack. LMAO. Very happy for you and Pat. Make sure to raise Pat, too, on old Beast Wars and Animaniacs episodes like a real proud parent. Oh, don't you worry. Don't you worry. Thank you, my dear. Super Casual Boom donated $5. Pat having a kid? Who's the mother? Seriously, congrats to the PS1 mom and the PSP dad having a pocket station. Don't sell it to GameStop. Why am I the
PSP?
Because I'm the PS1. Because I'm cool. Zwylander donated $5 hairs. Congratulations on the growing family. Let's hope baby Elmo and Geef don't get too jealous of the new challenger approaching. I mean, Zangief might...
Zangief's super good with kids.
But he's so good with kids.
Like when he meets like a 4-year-old,
he like gets down,
slowly walks towards them, and
it's
he gets
so
down.
Sweet. Yeah. So we were really smart in our choice of dog. we did well.
Bulldogs are great with baby.
Yeah.
The only problem is the baby will become disgusting with dog slobber.
It's true. The dog will get fat though.
Yeah. That's an issue. Your dog will always get fat when there's a baby around.
Do Geef and Elmo know you're pregnant? I don't know if Geef does. Elmo does. he like digs at my stomach at night, and he will always lay near my stomach, which could be because my tummy might be warmer now. But also he's like always trying to get at my boobs, and I think it's because he knows what's about to happen and he's creepy, so I don't know. Elmo's been a little creepy though lately. So I don't know. He yearns for the child. Bacademic resubbed for 6 months in a row. I hear you finally knocked up Pat. Congrats. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Darn.
Artemis M822 resubbed for 56 months in a row. Congrats. I hope everything goes smoothly for you. So happy for you. Thank you. I think it'll go well. I'm not that concerned about the delivery. I mean, I'm like a little bit like, oh, it's going to hurt, but
Oh, it's gonna hurt.
it's going to be rough. So
Paige, I'll be there for you to tell you you're doing a good job.
So Pat thinks, he's like, yeah, I'll be able to fucking look at it when it's happening, and I'll be there for you. And I'm like, you are gonna be on the floor.
Oh, come on.
And you know it.
I don't know nothing.
You're gonna pass out.
You don't know that.
I do. Maxie's the first resub for 12 months. Congrats on the pre-grande, Paige. You've got a babby. Thank you. NaoToX10 donated $5. Hey, Paige, congrats on the baby orb. This orb will be the orb above all orbs, so happy for you and Pat. Thank you. I showed them my orb earlier.
I know, I was here.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I was in the room.
You weren't in the room.
I was in the other room.
You were in the other room. You're watching.
Yeah.
Puff used 500 bits. My girlfriend said pregnancy can cause your teeth to fall out. Is it true? Is she pregnant me? Oh, this is what I read earlier. Yes.
Wow, that was a while ago.
That was a while ago. Mask of Michael resubbed for 42 months. You know, you're being good at DMC all makes sense now. The baby was giving you all the $1 million stingers and high ranks. But seriously, congratulations, Peach Mama. Or is it Mama Saliva? I don't know.
I just walk around the house calling her Mama and Fat Wife.
You call me Fat Wife.
You came up with that, though.
I did. I was like, what? Am I the Fat Wife now?
Yeah, Fat Wife.
Fat Wife. TX Tofu gifted 5 subs.
Honk and oink. Thank you so much. Much obliged to you.
Thank you. He's ratatouing me. I like that. Gilroy Goldblood resub for 3 months. Congrats on Pat too. Thank you. Much obliged. Thank you. Blast Your Boots donated $20. Thank you. Not sure if it's advisable while pregnant, but the Myo Buddy or other high power buffer like massagers are great for back and upper shoulders. I think they are. I'll chat with my my doctor to see if I can use like a massage gun on my upper back. I feel like that's probably fine.
Not your lower back.
No, not my lower back, but like my upper back, because I'm, it's kind of some strain here. Space Bowie 749 resub for 9 months. Congrats on the news. Thank you, much obliged.
Oh yeah, so Tetsu, it's a massage gun. You look it up. It's like a tennis ball on top of like a little jackhammer.
Black Mage 66652 used 500 bits. Should have just started streaming with a crib in the background one day and waited for chat to ask what the fuck.
Yeah, that was gonna be really hard to do because there'd be like a 2 to 4 week period where Paige is just like disappeared and I'm stressed and sweating, and then all of a sudden I'm tired and sweating and Paige still isn't like.
Are there any allergies you are worried the child may inherit? No, in fact, both Pat and I have 0 allergies. Other than like minor allergy to like pineapple, but like whatever. Other than that, I don't think I have any allergies. And we did like extensive 23andMe stuff, like all this genetic testing, like.
Allergic to bullshit? Well, how are they gonna live in our house?
Seriously. Crazy Spartan 214 resub for 4 months for the baby, literally, and drugs. I swear to God, if they don't. So the epidural can fail and they can only do it so many times. So if it fails, they give you. So this is weird. I don't know if they do this as commonly in the States, but I know they do it a lot up here. They give you laughing gas. And it's like, I don't want to be giggling my ass off while I'm trying to shit out my kid. It's crazy.
Right now, you ever had the gas?
No.
The gas fucking rules.
Oh, really?
Oh, it's sick ass. Oh, it's super good.
Really? Can I get both?
No, that's a lot.
Damn.
So, like, Paige, I'm not going to compare it to childbirth, but
right.
like my wisdom teeth.
Oh.
No, but No, remember,
Yeah.
because I had a really bad time with the wisdom teeth.
Yeah.
Because they were so impacted. I remember they cut into me, and then the anesthesia failed. And then the doc had to put his leg on the chair
Oh, really?
and, like, to get it out. And it hurt so bad, but I didn't care. That's the weirdest part about the gas. You're still going to feel all the pain, but you're going to be like, haha, I'm in so much pain.
Well, Tyvus placeholder says it doesn't make you laugh and is the most popular street drug in the UK, so it doesn't make you laugh?
Made me laugh my fucking ass off. I don't know what to tell you.
By the way, real quick, Roz donated $100. Thank you so much, Roz. Congratulations to Mr. and Mrs. Goblin on their doing the do to make a Goblin Jr. I'm so happy for you, friends. Here's to your new team member. Thank you, Roz.
It was the one time and it was through a sheet. Couldn't see each other.
We didn't actually have sex. We are both still pure in the eyes of the Lord.
Totally.
But we did plant a seed in a little cabbage patch, and then a star will shine upon it, and then the stork will come down, and he will unearth the baby cabbage from the garden, and then the baby is there, and that's how it happens.
Just like that.
That's right. No exaggeration. Go Golem resub for 2 months in a row. Hey Paige, also thanks again, Roz. You're a saint. Thank you, babe. You're amazing. Go Golem resub for 2 months in a row. Hey Paige, congrats on the baby. Did you know why babies are born on holidays are more likely to be girls? Because there are no male deliveries on holidays.
You screwed it up.
I did?
No mail delivery.
What did I say?
There's no mail deliveries.
It's the same.
Come on. It's okay, honey. You got the pregnancy brain. It's okay.
Do not touch. Box shaped boy subscribed. Thank you. Ginger Bones resub for 6 months. Congrats for child. May you all be a happy family. Thank you. Walter Naders resub for 50 months in a row. Congrats on the baby. Has Geef and Elmo noticed the newcomer? I know Elmo has.
The dog's a moron.
The dog just eats and farts. Vehement V resub for 9 months. Ironically, this is 9 months. I planned it perfectly. I win all according to Keikaku. You did
any
it.
Sense.
They did it, Patrick. Bog Body Positive resub for 27 months. Happy congrats, baby. Oh man, I'm similarly disabled and have been contemplating whether hubby and I should have a kid. And you no joke make me feel better about thinking yes. Congrats again. I mean, honestly, it's a personal decision between you, your husband, and if talk to your doctor, and they will let you know depending on what you got going on. And they'll let you know. Like my doctor was like, there is no reason why you can't have a child. There's like zero reason. So just double check with your doctor.
Not even one reason.
Double check with your doctor, check in with your husband, and go nuts. Go nuts. And also don't forget to check in
with Jesus.
No, I was gonna.
Oh no.
I was gonna make a joke like you have to. No, never mind. I was just gonna say something stupid, but basically, yeah. Spadoinkle used 500 bits. Thank you so much, Spadoinkle. Would you let Caitlin know? Oh my God. Nico7 resub for 29 months. Holy shit, congratulations to you both. That boy's gonna have legendary parents. Thank you. You're sweet. Gorsham subscribed. Thank you, Gorsham. Za7AZ. What? What?
Look at what Quick said. Somebody on the subreddit literally complained that the announcement post spoiled the podcast. Shut up, you dumb idiot.
Listen, my life is for your enjoyment.
Oh, that's so
It's purely for
so
your
cringe.
enjoyment. That's really funny. I mean, you know what? I bless that person. I hope they're having a good day. Whew, that's silly. Silly goose. Za7AZ, sub for 8 months. Peach, I'm so happy for you guys. You'll be the coolest parents ever. You guys are being way too nice. Thank you. I don't know, we'll be cool or all that good, but I think we'll be okay, you know? I think we'll be okay.
Is the podcast not up yet?
Is it not up yet?
Oh, I don't see it. Oh, Babby is formed.
Babby is formed.
There it is.
That's good.
That's a good podcast name.
Good podcast name. Shout out to the Hooters girl who is still barren. Sucks for you. Man, I've like I thought about her. I saw a picture of her. I was going through a bunch of photos and I saw a picture of her from because it's been like over a decade. And I showed it to Pat. And I'm like, this is the girl. And he was like, wow. And I'm like, yeah. I feel bad. I feel bad. Lazy saying, wait, I don't feel bad because I didn't do it, but you know what I mean. I stole her virility. Good Lord. Lazy Sage and resub for 6 months. Good day today. Pat realizing that babies are not all bad in a grocery store of all places is one hell of a breakthrough. Congrats. Aw. Mr. Boris Makarov resub for 73 months. Congrats. Thank you, dear. Kid Fashionable resub for 36 months. How exciting. The Pregante. Congrats, Peach. I hope for a smooth and stress-free pregnancy. Thank you. Thank you. So far, so good. I did not punch her in the stomach. It was self-defense. She punched me first. That's important. It's important.
Highly important.
Very important. Pinkerton Damn Pie used 500 bits. If this is too personal, please ignore. My wife has crippling chronic pain and feels guilty for wanting a child. Did you feel anything like this? And if so, how did you overcome it? She's very hard on herself. No, that's a great question. I mean, that is a very serious decision between you, your husband, and the advice and suggestions of your doctor. That like no one else can, your wife shouldn't feel guilty for that desire. And I think that, that is a question for you guys, I just think that's a question for you guys. In what way? But yeah, did I feel anything like that? Yeah, there were times where I was like, what am I going to do if I'm not well and the child needs something from me? But luckily, one of the things that was suggested to me is just make sure you have a really good support system. Make sure you build like your village, etc. The second our neighbor found out that I was having a baby, she doesn't know anything about like the lupus stuff, but the second she found out that I was gonna have a baby, she's like, she loves babies and stuff. She's like, by the way, if you ever need like like an hour, 30 minutes or an hour to yourself, or you need to shower or whatever, bring that baby to me. Bring the baby to me. I will take care of him while you take care of yourself. And I was just like,
she has 2 babies right now.
She's like a literal like 5-6 month old baby and like a 2-year-old, and she's like, we will take care of your baby. And I'm like, that is incredible.
It's one of those really powerful type A people.
Like,
those?
Real, like she's like a winner. She is like the best mom I've ever seen. And so like
we're out here being the mad type B.
Yeah, and like honestly, no offense to either me or you, I would trust her with that baby more than me and Pat.
Well, she already has 2 babies.
Yeah. She's amazing. So what I'm trying to say to you is find your village, build your village, find your support system, and make sure you have that, so that if/when your wife is truly not well, and she's not able to be medicated or not able to mitigate the pain or that illness, that someone will be there to, catch her when she, when she metaphorically falls. You know what I'm saying?
Somebody asked, what does type A and type B mean? I can sum it up as quickly as I can. This isn't perfect. But a type A person relaxes and sleeps so that they can kick ass at the office and fucking work out and get everything they need done and be driven and do all the things. Whereas a type B person does those things so that they can relax and sleep.
Yeah, and there's pros and cons to each kind of personality type. But she's incredible. She's amazing. So,
I'm the type B.
And she's not the only one, because there's a woman who lives up the street, and she's like a former doula, and she kind of said the same thing. She's like, hey, if you need any advice or anything, I'll come over and just give me a call. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, everyone around here is really nice.
Everyone here is like, and like they mean it. Like I was like, oh, thank you for the offer. They're like, no, I'm serious. This is my number. Call me. And I'm like, oh, okay, thank you. Wow. Like, wow. It's a different. It must be the weed. No, it's just a different ball game around here. It's wild. King Regals resub for 50 months. Thank you so much. Ozavik resub for 2 months. Hey Peach, congrats on the baby. Here's some money for the diaper fund. Yeah. We got someone gifted us a pack of newborn diapers, which is so sweet. We got a little pack like this just to start us off, but like they were like, yeah, you're going to need a whole lot of these. And we were like, oh my God. Someone actually asked earlier, are we going to do cloth diaper or standard diaper? I haven't decided that yet. Probably standard diaper.
I'm a big fan of standard diaper personally.
I want to do cloth
I
diaper.
never managed to wash mine on time.
I want to do standard, or I want to do cloth diaper, but that is a lot of work. It can be like pretty gross. I mean, it's always gross, but it's like, what can you do? So I don't know. I'm gonna talk to some friends about it and see what they
one
think.
has waste, and the other allows you to go, get this the fuck away from me. I want the poopy away from me now.
So Mocha Frappe Kick says, a lot of work and expensive. See, I actually heard that the cloth diapers are less expensive, way less expensive than regular diapers. Because regular diapers you have to keep buying, whereas long as you clean and launder and sanitize the cloth diapers, yeah, it's cheaper in the long run. So I don't know. That's something we're gonna figure out.
What if we just hold the baby over the toilet,
over the litter box?
when it starts making a noise?
Yeah, that's what we'll do.
All right, baby, go for it.
Do we have a room picked to be a nursery? When we were looking at houses, we were looking at that. So yeah, we've got the nursery all like you remember how I was like, hey, sorry, I don't have my computer set up. I don't have my office set up. So the office is over there and all this stuff. And like, I've been wanting to like start that off, but I've been too focused on the house and the nursery to do that. So that's why.
Also, this works perfectly fine. There's no rush on.
Yeah, it's not a rush. It's not a rush, but yeah. Mickey Biggs subscribed tier 3. Thank you. My goodness.
And
Thank
Paige,
you.
to be quite blunt, one of the reasons you were nervous about using my stuff is that you were afraid you were going to break it. Aside from the audio cable, you have yet to break anything.
That's not true. And
sorry?
also 2 controllers already, remember?
Yeah, but you would have broken those controllers if they were on your side regardless.
That's true. What are we decorating the nursery like? I don't know. Part of me wanted to like put up like a cute wallpaper of like a forest, you know, but it's like really tasteful, but I'm like, I don't want like all this like paint or wallpaper paste right before the baby shows up. So I might just like put some like nice air cleaning plants in there.
Just give the baby some plants.
Standard stuff, you know, keep it pretty like low key. And then when they get a little older, figure that out.
Decide if they want spaceships or race cars.
I will tell you this.
Oh, I swear.
My son will have a little red race car bed.
What if he thinks that's super cringe?
I don't care. He will have a little red race car bed. No son of mine will not have a little red race car bed. P.O. Box for gifts? Oh, gosh. Or do I take book recommendations? I'll certainly take any recommendations. Tweet them at me, please. But where's my brain? P.O. Box. I mean, I keep thinking to set that up. I don't know. I want to, but I don't know. Maybe that might be fun. But yeah. Jim Jams resub for 41 months. Peach, the missus and I are just longtime fans, but you've always brought smiles to us even in the hard times. We're just so stinging happy for you and Pat. Looking forward to future adventures for you and your family. Thank you, Jim Jams and the missus. Thank you. I'm really grateful. We're excited. Not return of mailbag. If I did do P.O. Box, I would be like, you know, don't send anything that's gonna break your bank or anything, and you know, let letters and things like that, or stickers, you know, if you want. You know, no swords. I mean, swords are cool. I like swords. I prefer axes, though. I think axes. Yeah, you would. I like axes, you know. They swing both ways. 5. Don't leave me hanging. Thank you. Blue 8 Moon resub for 2 months in a row. Congratulations. Thank you. Also, if we did, we would probably set up the P.O. Box. There's a friend of mine who has offered to pick up and open the boxes for us, so that if you guys do try to send us like glitter bombs or creepy dead bugs, that like they'll open it in like an outdoor area so that we won't have to. So like none of that, because you'll just be bothering my friend. Tube Man 642 resub for 22 months. Hello, Paige. Congrats to you and Pat on the baby. Could you imagine if it was twins? Imagine 3 Pats. I could imagine if it was twins. I was scared it was twins because we have twins in
That's a lot of pressure.
our family, and that is terrifying. Nix220 donated 743. Literally the other night, I was telling my boyfriend how a spawn of Pat and Paige would look. Hope you have a safe 9 months. Basically just Pat. Although I think they'll have my eyes. I think they will have green eyes. Yeah, because, like, apparently green eyes in my family is very strong. Allegedly. We'll see.
We'll see.
Who knows? Jimmy Russ resub for 37 months. Congratulations on being slammed until big, strong, pregnant. Thank you. I told Pat, I was like, oh my God, you did slam me pregnant.
You don't cry that much.
Well, I mean, unless there's, like, a picture of, like, you know.
Oh, because during the delivery, you'll be crying.
Yes, thank you. Is there any chance it won't be a redhead? It's possible.
There's a theoretical possibility. I think it's like 10%.
It's possible. If it's not like a straight up ginger, they'll have strawberry blonde hair or like white hair.
Yeah, white or blonde hair are technical possibilities. But even then, they'll probably be red tinged.
Yeah. So we'll see. Lazy Lynch resubbed. Thank you. Birdie Galore resubbed for 8 months. Can we do a community vote on the name? I submit Scrimblow for option 1.
No. And they won't be going after no jiggies either. No Banjo-Kazooie in this house.
Oh, God, I'm like... I think I've just been sitting forward too much. Hold on. There. Oh, that's better.
Just really let it hang, man.
Oh. Ooh. There we go. All right. There we go. Okay. Hyphen Sum used 500 bits. Congratulations. Let's be honest. Pat would do that, though.
It was over an hour ago.
Damn it. I missed what you meant. I'm sorry. Kenzo 2000 resub for 55 months. Hey, Paige, congrats on the baby. Happy to hear about it. You'll be a great mom. Thank you. Pat, good job blowing a load into your wife.
That's where it's supposed to go. Not the bin.
The kitchen bin, right?
Not the kitchen bin.
God. Kicking against the Swits donated $5 hairs. Hey, Paige, Santa is cool and all, but will you teach your son about the much cooler ghosts of the founding fathers? Best wishes to your
Hey, Paige,
fam.
you want to make Santa Claus a skeleton in our house only?
We're not going to do
Come
that.
on.
No, we're not going to.
Why not?
You know, I just realized we might have to, like, hide Skelmo. I don't want to freak him out.
No, kids got to learn skeletons are your friend.
Not going to freak out the kid with a skeleton. By the way, Odds Logic donated $50 and said, congratulations. Thank you
Thanks,
so
Odds.
much. Thank you. I really appreciate
No,
that,
Paige,
Odds Logic.
if the
Thank
child
you.
just sees a skeleton flat, there's no context for fear.
I guess so. I
Get
guess
them
you're
a little
right.
skeleton,
Yeah.
like plushie.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Rommel used 501 bits. Congrats on the baby daddy, Pat and mommy Paige.
I am
Thank
not the baby daddy. I am my wife's husband.
Pat doesn't like the idea of being he's like, I'm not a baby daddy. We got married for a reason. Then I'm like, yes, you know.
I don't know. To me, baby daddy has like a deadbeat air on it.
That's not true
No,
necessarily.
It's not, but to me, that's my gut reaction.
But that's not true. It simply means like the infant's father, and most likely, you know,
oh, no,
they're
wait,
not.
Chat's agreeing with me. No, yeah, no, it does have a deadbeat connotation.
Oh, it does? Oh, I didn't know. Oh.
It's like, you know how, like, okay.
I didn't know that.
Mute for a second.
Oh. What? Oh, yeah, no, it wasn't muted. I just turned off the entire mixer. Yeah. There we go. Wah, test 1 2.
No, I'm not a baby daddy. I am a husband and a father.
No, Pat actually didn't say something mean. He said something personal. Mm-hmm. Sorry. Apologies if that came off mean. It was personal. It was personal. No, it was.
No, I'm a baby and a daddy.
That's true.
damn it.
That's true. Disease Daddy resub for 3 months in a row. Thank you. Gelatin Boy subscribed. Satetsu gifted a sub to Queequeg. Thank you so much. Blue Wizard resub for 7 months. Congrats on little baby Turok. The ginger bloodline continues.
Not naming the fucking baby Turok.
Why not say Turok? Why not Turok?
No.
Oh, okay. Damie 904 subscribed. Thank you so much. Lori Der Ninja.
Are you fucking serious?
What?
Say that again.
Sorry, Laura.
Lori? No.
Oh,
Lori
I was
Ninja.
like, yeah, I thought it said like Lori the Ninja, but really it's Laura Dern in Jurassic Park.
They subscribed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura Dern in Jurassic Park. I love Laura Dern. Laura Dern. Have you guys ever seen that choir sing about Laura Dern? It's great.
But what about Lori Ninja?
Chaplain Rex donated $20. Thank you. Congrats on the baby. Been watching y'all since middle school, and it's crazy to see how things have changed. Isn't that
it's
wild?
Weird, right?
Also, thank you so much. Middle school. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're old. Doom Spiral used 500 bits. How is Babby formed? How girl get pregnant?
Well, you see.
Yes.
I got nothing.
Oh, my mom is here. Hi, mom.
Hey, almost Mimi.
Hi, mom. My mother is here. My soon-to-be grandmother.
Your daughter's making me over an hour late to work.
Actually, sorry. Actually, my mom does not want to be known as grandma. She wants to be known as Mimi. That's why her username is Elmo's Mimi. But I don't know. Mimi. I don't know. Mimi. Oh, they're calling her Mimi. Oh, sweet. Pat's gonna get fired. He's so late to work.
Uh-oh. Guys, don't fire me.
Fire him. Will my dad be Poopa? Right? Sven Holgerson used resub for 16 months. Holy grats. Holy shit, congrats, you dudes. I'm saving for a new place, but I gotta throw $5 to PAP2 Electric Boogaloo. Thank you so much. And I hope you reach your goal for your new place soon. Tyson Dragonsire used 2,000 bits. Thank you. How many years do you think it will take for Junior to be able to beat Pat in combat? We were talking about that earlier.
We're talking about that just
Yeah.
Real combat or fake combat?
Trial by fire.
Real combat, I don't know, like 18, 19. Fake combat, probably like 12.
So, real quick, anti-nihilist. Does pregnancy mean more or less gaming streams? That's a great question.
Well, definitely more for now.
More, actually.
Now that you don't have to hide your gut.
Because if you remember during Disco, I was like, guys, I'm back. I'm going to be streaming again.
And then she got pregnant.
And then I got pregnant.
In that playthrough.
In the playthrough. And I'm like, I can't be back because I'm going to be sick and I'm going to be huge. But yeah, so more for now. And then after baby, we're going to figure.
Definitely less right away.
Yeah, less at first. And then like once we like, get like, if I'm streaming and Pat's not, he will take care of the baby, vice versa. And if we're streaming together,
we'll just give it to the neighbors.
I was gonna give it to
them.
them.
No, 4 to 6 hours.
No, we're not gonna
tip them $10.
No, we'll get. We do have some sitters lined up already, so I'm not concerned. So there's that. Blast Your Boots donated $20. Thank you. Baseball on a stick, punch repeatedly. Massagers are all right, but I was suggesting the buffer ones with a big motor and soft spinning disc. Ooh.
Oh, I know those. Yeah.
You know those?
Yeah.
That might be nice.
Yeah, Gregory Johnson, Houston area chiropractor, likes to use them a lot.
Is that good? Is that the good guy? Or is that the guy that's not
No,
as good?
he's a quack. But
that guy's a quack? Oh.
But his videos are relaxing. He calls it the Turbonator.
Oh, would that be okay on my upper back?
Yeah, definitely.
Kirky Canada subscribed. Thank you so much. Mech Arc resubbed for 75 months in a row. I've never redeemed these sub messages before, but I wanted to say congrats on baby. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Hey, I gotta say,
yeah.
I'm seeing a lot of folks like, how long is it gonna be till Pat makes the kid play Resident Evil, or what will the kid's first video game be? Whatever the kid wants. I'm not gonna be like, hey kid, guess what? Time to learn. I think that's like the easiest way to make a kid fucking hate something ever.
Yeah, so the key is to be like, oh man, you know what I hate? This thing. Oh, I hope no one does that or likes it. And then you let the kid do it and be like, oh, I hope you don't.
Well, no, you know what the real trick is, right?
What?
Dad, Resident Evil 5 remake looks so cool. Can I play it? No, it's too grown up for you.
It's too violent.
It's for adults. It's too hard. You probably wouldn't be able to even play it because it's so good.
Mm-hmm.
Now go to your room and learn math. Also, we have to have a long talk about why some people look different before you play RE5.
God.
You know, that hit me while I was doing the joke. I'm like, you know, I a 10-year-old playing RE5 with the violence, it's pretty violent, but I think they could probably handle it. I would way rather deal with that conversation than the other conversation.
Yeah.
That's a rough one.
That's true. Raging Inferno gifted 5 subs.
Wah.
Honk. Oink. Thank you so much. Wah. Will you give them a sexy little dance? Thank you. Thank you very much. Raging Inferno also subscribed for 13 months. Congrats on the kid. How will you guys respond whenever your kid discovers your Twitch channels?
Don't watch that. It's stupid.
So, I mean, we're probably not going to tell the kid what we do, like, in great detail.
I'm an accountant.
Don't tell him that. Don't tell him that. We're not going to tell the kid quite what we do for a bit. Like, we might be like, Mommy and Daddy,
just say we're clowns.
we talk to our friends. And
our friends are so sad that they pay us to hang out.
Pat.
Oh, hey.
That is not nice. And
Yeah.
also not necessarily true.
Oh.
I mean, I guess we could say we're comedians or that we're clowns, or I don't know. We'll figure something out. But I don't think we'll tell him, like. I think we'll tell him the truth, but like.
The truth.
The truth.
Not the truth.
So Hamburgini, I don't want to say entertainers because then they'll be like, Mommy's an entertainer.
Yeah, no, that's
for all of her friends on the internet.
That's the nightmare, right?
Then everyone's gonna be like, oh, and I'll be like,
you don't want that.
No.
You don't want that.
No. And not there's anything wrong with that, but I just, So we'll figure out. Yeah, we might say we work on the radio or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Wait, a child growing up in the year 2000.
We work on the radio,
25,
son.
26 isn't gonna know what the fucking radio is.
My son, I'm a radio host.
Paige, that's some boomer shit right here.
Listen, I'm doing my best. I don't want him to be like, hey, everybody, my mommy's an e-clown. Even though that is true. We'll figure it out.
That's exactly what it is.
Listen.
That's exactly what it is.
But that's not the truth. No, Raziel Hex subscribed. Thank you so much. And Servant Equus donated $50. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
It's been a few years. Just want to pop in and say congrats on the big family. So happy and proud to see you guys living the best life.
Yay.
Thank you. Good to see you. And thank you. We're really excited and happy.
Do you know what this reminds me of?
Huh.
When I tell people that I have a podcast, like, I don't open with that. Because when I used to open with that, I get the look that is this another white guy in his 30s trying to brag that he has a podcast?
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I have a real podcast.
Well,
no, people listen to it.
Oh no! By the way, I do have an actual job. I'm just talking about like this because this is like. This is going to be more visible to my kid.
I have sponsors.
You know what I mean?
You should buy HelloFresh using promo code POGHF106523. You'll get 60% off and free shipping. By the way, you need to take the factor thing out of your description.
Oh, I probably should,
It's totally deprecated.
My bad.
You
My
gotta
bad.
get rid of
My
that.
bad. Sorry about that. And Lord of Iron Kingdom resubbed for 9 months to make a baby. I'm so happy for you guys. Been a fan for a long time and excited for you guys in this new party y'all's journey. All hail the Mustard Queen.
Yay.
Thank you. By the way, my ring is broken. I gotta get it fixed.
You wore your ring?
I did,
In its broken state?
Yeah.
I'm kind of shocked.
As you can see, it's missing a companion diamond, which is fine. It's heavily insured, and it's all.
And also, it's one of the little diamonds.
It's one of the little diamonds, so like they fix it, no charge. But like, it's like really apparent. So
How'd you break it? Who knows?
I think it was like washing the dishes or something.
It could have been one of those times she backhanded me in the face.
Please. Come on. Like I would use my left hand. And TTC Lover donated $6. How does it feel to be having a kid in the alpha generation? I think I'll be well before alpha, because I think alpha, I was telling you about this actually. Alpha's happening I think alpha's like 10 to like 22 right now, isn't it?
That's on.
Gen Alpha's already.
That's on God.
Happening
Lit.
on God, no cap. I think I was talking about this the other day. How like
You think I'm
these
cringe
kids.
now? Wait till I can ask a 10-year-old what the new terms are, and then cringe them the hell up.
Oh, it's gonna be great. Oh wait, is my kid gonna be Omega Gen?
That implies that they'll be the last human generation.
Cool.
I know. I don't think that's very cool at all, actually.
You're right. That's probably not cool, but you know what I mean.
You see, little Pat Jr. Back when I was your age, we liked to see Goku hit the gritty and then fucking die.
I'm a dark elf, you see. That's still, I can't get over that. All right, guys. Hey, I am making Pat an hour and 7 minutes late. Oh, Blast Your Boots donated $20. Thank you so much. I played the 2D Prince of Persia when I was 5, and the loud, bloody deaths to traps gave me a fear of sharp edges. Careful witch games. That's a good point.
I played that shit when I was 5 too, and that didn't happen to me. Guess I'm just built different. Woo.
Oh, my belly. Oh, excuse me. Burpee. Thank you guys so much for listening to me. Probably give you like too much information. Sorry about that. By the Fieldman donated $6. Thank you. When does a Pat joke become a dad joke? When it becomes a parent.
Boo.
That's so sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Can we raid Pat? He would be super surprised. Yeah, let's.
Well, that's crazy.
Let's raid Pat, but like, okay, we'll raid him. Okay. Thank you so much for letting me be a little TMI and maybe even dark in some places. But I feel like, A, if you know someone who's pregnant or considering it, or B, you want to become pregnant or considering it.
Pregnant.
C, your partner, whatever. I figure some of that information might be helpful to you. I hope it was entertaining. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them as well as, you know, as best I can. Hey, I love you. I'm proud of you. Thank you so much. We're really blown away with how nice you guys have been. We were both actually pretty nervous.
Yeah.
About telling you. And this has been really great, and I'm very grateful to you. Huh.
No, that doesn't count, Mickey. You're not pregnant with a full family-sized pizza.
Mickey, it's not the same.
Unless you jam the pizza up your pussy.
No. Should we be meaner? No. I'm really impressed, and I'm really grateful. So thank you so much. I'm going to send you guys